game apparently as well. I don't know what game it is, but it is fucking good. Like, this game has a sick soundtrack. I don't know what it is from, but it is really good. Yeah, this is apparently a part of a game. I don't know what it's from, but it sounds weirdly good. I wish I could tell you. I know it sounds basic to a lot of people, but I love stuff like this. Alright, I'm done. Hey, Color, I can only stay till 12. That's fair. That's okay, Sharktooth, you're good. Oof. I'm sorry to hear that. That's fair enough. Sharktooth, you're good. Hello, Omsk. How you doing? Haven't seen you in a while. Don't worry, I'll put the text to speech up in just a sec. Sorry. Stop.
This is a certified ADHD moment.
It's not. I'm setting up the chat right now. Yeah, I'm not used to like games having like lyrics when it comes to like I don't know if it's like this is like from I don't know if this is from like a from like when you're in a scene or where you're like in a specific spot. It might be like a end credits thing probably. Let's be honest. It's just the song goes really freaking hard. I know there's songs that have lyrics, but this is like different. I don't know. Let me have this, okay? I'm trying to find out what game it's from, but okay. All right, text to speech is on. You guys have your voice now. Zello Mothkos. How you doing, 13? Or how you doing, 13? Sorry, how you doing?
Color
how
green
was
slash Sirth, I need to stop changing my name, lol.
Oh, hi. Okay, well, hi. How you doing, Sareth? How was work? If you didn't work today, how was errands? And if you didn't do errands today, how was work? Sorry, if you didn't do work today, how was errands? If you didn't do errands today, how was your day in general? We'll put in 12 for
I hate
you.
my job sometimes.
That's completely fair. I think, to be honest, everyone hates their minimum wage job. I'm gonna be honest here.
Because I do cosplay.
Oh, you do cosplay? What? You hate cosplay stuff? Well, that's more like frustration in like you hate that the bad parts
Anyway,
happen.
today I watched half of the first season NEP of Stranger Things because people during Thanksgiving break watched season 5 of Stranger Things / I don't know what season for the others, lol degree equals degree. TBT fair. I get paid money though. I did one rebrand 2 years ago and that's it. That's why it's sometimes lol. God, I had to study for a huge test today.
Oh, I gotcha.
The actual test is tomorrow and it's to test if I'm special.
I had to study for a huge test today. The actual test tomorrow, and it's to test if I'm special. That's great. God damn it. That's
Hi, I'm new, your twin.
Hi, I'm also special. Anyway, hi, Dobby. I'm sorry I'm sorry that you came in at that point.
Hi, dog. Welcome.
How was work? If you didn't work today,
I had to do that a while ago, and I am special and dyslexic.
How was work? If you didn't work today, how was errands? If you didn't do errands today, how was your day in general? Hope it did well for you.
Highly capable. Same thing.
Highly capable, quote unquote. Yes, in heavy quotes, highly capable.
Hi Color, I didn't catch the last 2 streams, but I saw that you watched the 2 animations I sent LOL. It sucks you didn't get to the twist on the second one LOL. Everyone calls me Dobbs, wow.
I said Dobbly, didn't I? Dobbly?
If you're here, I guarantee you are neurodivergent.
Neurodivergent? I don't know, probably. I don't know, man. I'm finding out a lot about my chat.
Anyway, CYA Color by /3.
Alright, you have a good night, Sharktooth. Appreciate you hopping on by for a second. Thank you. Okay. Come on, man. Dude, what game is the soundtrack from, man? This shit is sick. This is cool. Hold on, I gotta figure out what this guy... I know the guy is like...
Oh, also, it's Snowed a bunch where I live.
Oh, nice. Glad to hear it. Yeah, because, this guy has... Yeah, he makes, a bunch of... This guy has, a bunch of music video things, but then I couldn't find... Apparently, that song was in a game, apparently. I'm gonna skip that one, because I think we already...
My previous comment was intended to be in jest. Also cool, Snow, I like the cold.
I don't. I'm always around 120-degree weather, and I prefer that heavily.
Why is the AI voice speed running talking?
What do you mean speedrunning talking? It always talks this fast. If it's talking really fast, then I must be,
I got bored and I made some goobers. One is teal and other is pink. Take teal one is named Emoti. And their face is this, smiley face, and the other is named Happy3. I'm scared, bro.
Scared, bro. It's moving at normal speed. I don't know what you're talking about.
I have 1.1k points. What should I use them on? Why is it talking so fast?
It's not, though. What are you talking about? It's talking normal speed. I have 1.1k points. Jeez, that's a lot of points.
I almost have enough to end stream. And I shaved a stick or whatever you call it. I got a gnarly cut from doing it though. And I'm practicing for my woodworking class.
Oh, nice.
It's talking fast for me, help.
No, it is. It's always talking
not really,
fast. It's not talking fast. It's just at that pace all the time.
I have 24k.
Also, you got stuff on it
I have 23.7k points.
I really need to make something for you guys that have way too many channel points. I don't know what to I don't know what to add though. I know that there's a bunch of extensions you can get, but yeah, I'm gonna have to find something for you guys.
My ears are bleeding.
Why? Why? Wait, what? That doesn't sound healthy. Are you okay? Oh, wait.
And I'm drywall eating.
You're drywall eating? Why are you eating?
I have 15.1k points.
Why are you eating drywall? Are you a
I think
pregnant
drywall
lady?
is good.
Are you pregnant? The only time I think that's normal is when a pregnant or not normal, but when usually that happens is when a pregnant person eats stuff like that.
Oh, my mom made a smaller Thanksgiving meal today. It was turkey and mashed potatoes. Color is pregnant.
No, I'm not the one eating
Frick.
drywall. God.
I am a cat. I eat coal, and I guarantee I'm not pregnant as I am male.
A cat? I don't think... Do cats eat drywall?
How dare you?
Are you a pregnant cat? I'm sorry. I had to get that out.
We got the furry,
Oh.
gay, and drywall eating man over here.
Yeah. Also,
I eat stupid shit.
It's stupid shit. I mean, so you eat Asmon garbage? No, I'm sorry.
Gay furry, Greg.
Alright, I'm sorry. I really just have to give every chance I can to talk about fucking Asmon. Anyway, I'm done. I'll stop doing that. By the way, speaking of, I actually, what do you call it? I actually watched...
Alright, I'm done. Time to draw color, Greg.
No, don't draw
Yes.
color red bright. No! God. No, please, for the love of God, I already have enough people that have drawn weird things with me.
Yes. No.
God. Jesus Christ.
Nothing will stop me.
You know, as true as that is...
2 against 1 we win. If he says no, then you can't.
He says no, then you can't. I mean, I'm gonna be honest here. It doesn't really...
How did you manage to pass me with subs? I'm very bored. Sad face.
How did you manage to pass me with subs? Here's the difference, Bullet. You're actually, like, funny and edgy. I'm just a guy that's riding on your coattails.
You're fine with NSFW of color and not Preg.
Fine with NSFW.
I remember last time you brought this up, you said you didn't give a fuck, but I don't know.
No, I don't. You're right. I don't care that much. It's weird, but, like, I'll get over it. Fucking hell. God damn it. Hold on.
What is happening?
What is happening? I don't know. People draw weird shit at me all the time, and this is like... And I've accepted my fate by this point.
What is fucking happening? It could be like, it's absurd. But you don't care enough to actually stop anyone. Advertisement. Ads still.
Yeah, it's one of the...
Back.
Okay. Yeah, it's, yeah, no, that exactly is what you said, Sushi, right there, yeah. It's just like, it's odd, but again, I really don't care. I'm a furry, I should expect it by this point, let's be honest. like I said, I'm
gonna leave TSGNG.
GNG, okay, you have a good night, Double. Have a great rest
It's so really fun to pretend like you do care.
Good.
Thesushi cats, you have to let it go. Stop posting links warning.
Oops, okay, hold on. Let me go to...
Wait, what?
What did you say? Hold on. What did Sushi say? Hold on. It's so... Oh yeah, it's just because you put a dot. It's because you put a dot like it's a link. Yeah, I don't know.
I edited 3 videos in 2 weeks. I said, it's also fun to pretend like you do care, Lamu. P.
Dang, that's really good, Bullet. Yeah, damn, I'm surprised
Lamu.
you got that much.
Nice, but wake up and actually read my messages.
Well, yeah, it's if you put a dot like after a word, and then like you combine them together, it will count it as a link instead of 2 words.
Laughing ass my off. But what did you say about the whole NSFW thing?
Oh, yeah.
POO.
Yeah, no, I don't really... Huh? Why did it not do it that time? What was I gonna say?
WTF. Gay.furries.
It probably has to be an actual website, because I think a.so is a thing, but it might have to be like an actual website.
It says I can click on the link.
Yeah, don't click on it. Don't do that, because it's probably a virus. Don't do that. Don't click on it.
I ain't clicking on gay furries. Wasn't gonna.
Okay. What was I gonna say? Yeah, no, phones. I mean,
said, what did you say about the whole NSFW thing?
Yeah, I don't...
Hi.
To be honest, I don't really... I just expect, like, if art like that pops up with my OC...
Guys, draw color done, Preg.
Like, I just expect... I expect people to do that even when I don't want to, like, want that to happen, but it's whatever. You know, I don't get the choice. It's whatever by this point, you know? If I get fucking seeing...
Gay furry done, Preg.
If I see if I see M-Preg of my furry, then I don't, like... It is what it is. I can't do much about it, let's be honest. I don't really care that much. Let's be honest. It's not the end of the world.
Gay furry done color, Preg.
Yeah, it's not the end of the world if all of a sudden, like, there's color M-Preg. Like,
I mean, it was a joke idea. I don't have to make it if you are uncomfortable.
I don't care. Honestly, to be fair.
Furry.you.
Yeah, I don't really care. Do whatever you want.
I'm just saying.
Yeah. Do whatever you want. I don't mind.
I don't want to draw Preg because sex is gross 11111111.
That's fair.
Yeah, but if you can respect their wishes, you should, right?
I mean, here's the
Say
thing.
/J at THS end of your message, please. I'm too dumb for this type of stuff.
Say /J at the end of your messages. Yeah, I mean, here's the best part about that. Alright,
Okay, /J.
here's the interesting part about all that, though. If you make, like, if you stream, or if you, like, or if you make,
Gotcha
like,
/J.
or if you make, like, content on the
Tone indicators
internet.
are nice.
Yeah, if you're, like, if you make, like, content on the internet, sorry. If you make content on the internet, like, it's, you should probably expect that you're gonna get weird art at one point, unless you're a minor. The only time you are immune to that shit is when you are a minor, but other than that, yeah, like, you should expect it. It's like, you should expect, like, hate art, you should expect, like, crazy people, like, just hating you, you should expect death threats, you should expect people, like, to, like, act like, you know, you're the worst person on the planet, you should expect people to, like, you know, you should expect, like, you know, weird fetishy art, you know, you should just expect all that. And in the end, like, nobody will do that, right? Or it's very rare, right? Like, anybody that expects...
Greg is more silly anyway. Not really sexual. Usually.
No.
No, it can actually be very sexual sometimes. Greg is usually sometimes more silly.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, of course. There's always people that make parody, like, art of people. Like, I mean, fucking, let's be honest. Like, fucking, like, I don't know. Like, you see how, like, Quite... I know it sounds odd, but you see how, like, Quite doesn't tend to get a lot of, like,
One of my friends drew Josh Hutcherson, Greg.
That's funny. You notice how, like, people don't, like, you know, are, like, over the top over, you know, people that just accept it? Let me be honest. Anybody that has, like, art of their character and, like, it's just, like, whatever, I just expect, like, really wild art of me, like, of that person, like, that person expecting that, all of a sudden, those people tend to just not be as, what do you call it? All of a sudden, they're a lot more immune to, like, what do you call it? They're more immune to the like, to not getting that type of art, right? Like, because let's be honest, like, probably, my OC is, like, probably the least sexy looking OC to ever exist. And, like, and therefore people are, like, put off by it because he's got huge greasy long hair, he's got, like, broken glasses, he's smoking a joint, or smoking catnip, I apologize, he's smoking catnip, you know, like, he's like a twink, and he wears, like, the most basic clothing, like, he's as basic as you can get. And then on top of it as well, the character is, like, associated with me. So I'm not the most attractive human being. And I'm also old, right? So, like, it makes it so easy for me not to be drawn that way.
Actually, you understand that most PPL simp over twinks that are lowlives, so to be fair.
Yes, but sexy twinks. That's the difference. Like, you have to have, like, something redeemable, right? Like, you have to have something that people can, like, be attracted to, and I have nothing that people are attracted to. My OC's been put in, like, wild...
I have not slept in 3 days again. I am so tired, but my body doesn't let me sleep.
Like, the problem is my fucking OC's drawn like he's a freaking, like, homeless man. And, like...
I love a phone-headed guy that lives in a fucking dumpster.
He carries a piece on him. He's got, like, a massive anger problem, but, like, not like the, oh man.
Homeless men can be sexy.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Like, okay, compare my character and compare Jax. Like, people simp more for Jax than they would me, right? Like, or how about, like, because he's got that, like, that dipshit personality, and for some odd reason, people are really attracted to that. For some odd fucking reason. I don't know why. Or, like, or even fucking, what's his name? Fucking Blitzo. Blitzo in Hell of a Boss, right? Like, people are more attracted to, like, every other character other than
good
Blitzo.
night, folks. I have work to do.
Alright, you have a good night, Zen. Appreciate you hopping on by. Like, he's not, I don't see much porn of him that often, let's be honest. I still see it, just not, it's just, he's not chosen among, like, as often as everybody else in the cast. I don't know why, I don't know how, he isn't. Like, you know, you get someone like that, and then all of a sudden people don't want to draw the character anymore, right? or people don't want to draw that character. It's just you have to make
Some Jax
him.
redesigns are cool, but if I were to ever redesign him, I'd keep him bald. He's bald.
That's true. He also is like basically one of those characters that you get from like those really old PC games. So it's not, you know, it's pretty much what it's using a very old plot, but like using it for a new gen.
I forgot who Blitzo was genuinely for a few seconds. I'm being freed from the existence of him being real. OMG, yes.
Yes, that. Yes, that's what I'm saying. Like he's the least memorable out of everything. So it's like, so people don't draw him, right?
Hey, Leo is silent.
In the show it is, sure. I mean, he doesn't want to be called Blitzo, but his name is Blitzo. I mean, you know.
Blitzo.
I know. I know, but in the creator themselves calls them Blitzo, so, you know.
Color. You don't have to. But could you finish that one video you ended on last time? I want to see if you can figure out the twist. Whatever downstairs matter. Doesn't.
What video did I watch last time? No, it matters! It matters so much! I am so dedicated to 50... I'm sorry, okay, I'll stop.
Okay, buddy. It was that one alien
kidding.
message.
I'm kidding. Oh, yeah. You're right. Okay, hold on. I kind of wanted to talk about K-pop Demon Hunters real fast.
It's a really interesting video.
I want to talk about K-pop Demon Hunters real fast, but or like what I actually like.
No.
I actually watched it because like I weirdly actually liked it, but it's alright.
Oh, sure, it's your stream.
Yeah, it's fine. We'll finish the
Oh, okay.
video first. Yeah. Yeah, I actually watched it and I really like. I weirdly like. I don't know. I'm gonna not lie. It's pretty good. Pretty good. You know. I mean, it's about what, I don't know. I'm gonna be honest. I kind of like that it cuts out all of, like, the fat that usually, like, most, like, movies used to have, where they had, like, what do you call it? They always had, like, that third set, like, they always had, like, the cliches that usually people don't like in those movies. They removed it. And I kind of like that, like, and to leave more room for the actual movie itself, and I completely like that part about it. I don't know. And then just like, then fucking, like, Jesus, no, or Buddhist, or whatever the hell it is, like, then they just went absolutely God mode, which is so fucking funny to me. Anyway.
Any kind of symmetry. There might be parts reflecting off each other, or structures being depicted. It's a 2D representation, but of what? Something 3D or something else? Because now the scientists are wondering, are the people sending this message actually from our universe, or from something bigger? So the physicists start developing theories for what different kinds of rules a reality
You like the
might
Jesus
have
part?
that would
I don't
create-
remember Jesus in the movie.
Like the Jesus part, it's not Jesus. It's just like they're in literal like symbolism of religion, and I'm pretty sure it's like Buddhism, right? Like I'm pretty sure what religion is in Korea? Hold on.
Also, speaking of, I remember seeing a video or comment, I'm not sure, but somebody was talking about Vivspop and Zach Hadel, and how one cries ABT crits him while the other laughs about it and understands it and changes.
Huh? Hold on. Comment. I'm not sure. Somebody was talking about Vivzy Pop.
WDYM Jesus did a kickflip.
You know, and how one cries about criticism while the other laughs about it and understands the changes. Oh, you mean how one of Vivzy Pop like bitches while Zach usually like completely understands it. It's kind of funny, isn't it? I mean, one's French, the other isn't.
Yeah.
Ching. No, I'm kidding. Yeah, it's because Vivzy is French, Zach isn't. Ching. No, I'm sorry. Let's see.
I'd be both. I'd bitch and change for the better. Yeah, I don't like Vivspop.
Oh, weird. Okay, never mind. South Korea is more Christian than it is... Really? Christian? I did not think that they were Christian. I thought they were Buddhist. I guess that's Japan, but...
Fuck you. But, yeah, You're right.
I don't like Vivzy Pop. Fuck you, but yeah, you're right. What is? Oh no, I know. I was joking. I'm like, you know, let's be honest. Okay. Let's be frank here. At the very least, you know, Vivzy, like, here's the thing.
No, I'm saying I'd be both lol.
You be both? Both of what? Yeah, no, I mean, yeah, I did not.
Look, one message above Mossy.
Message above, Mossy. Yeah, you said I'd be both.
The fuck you and the yeah, you're right.
I'd be the bitch and change for the better. Be the bitch and change for the better? Yeah, but what are you talking about, though? I'm so confused. Are you talking about that you would be... Okay, well, dial it back a little. What are you talking about, Sushi? Are you talking about Vivzy and Zach, or are you talking about, like, something different? I also kind of already call someone else Zach. Honestly, I would rather replace the Zach that I talk about with the Zach, like, with Zach Hadel, because at least Zach Hadel is, like, cool. At least Zach Hadel is, like, you know, actually, like, achieve something in his life.
Sorry, I accidentally left.
No, you're good. Sushi, what were you talking about? Like, were you talking about being, like, you would be Vivzy Pop and Zach Hadel, or you would be like, or you talk about something else? Because I looked above the message of Mossy, and you said you'd be both of something.
Anyway, I was talking about how Vivzy dealt with criticism vs Zach.
Yeah. He dealt with criticism versus Zach. I thought Zach was the one that... Vivzy Pop does not take good criticism, I'm gonna be honest. Vivzy is infamous for taking bad criticism. Or, yeah, she is not very good at taking criticism, I'll tell you that. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah, Vivzy isn't good at taking criticism. Zach is, like, apparently Zach Hadel is. I've never heard anything about him, which just shows that he's probably better at it. The people that tend to be the least controversial are the people that get the least attention because, you know, they actually just give it, like, they just could give two shits about, like, you know, they give two shits about, like, actually, like, you know, what do you call it? They give two shits about what people, like, how do I say this? Like...
Lyle turn on the TV, they hit the Pentagon, they hit the fucking Pentagon.
Lyle turn on the... Good God. Anyway. Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where, how do you say it? Yeah, anybody that usually can take good criticism usually is the guy that, like, when they die, everybody, like, you know, like, people will, like, swarm and talk about them, but then people will be like, wow, this guy was, like, super cool, and then everybody will be like, yeah, huh. And then, like, that will be it. And then there'll be the guy that's always brought up in, like, there'll be always a person that's brought up, like, within some fun fact thing, right? And, like, and then people will be like, wow, this person was awesome. Like, through history, you'll be talked about, like, I don't think he will, but, like, in animation, right? Like, he's been a part of, like, Hell of a Boss, right? I think that Hell of a Boss...
Why was 6 afraid of 7? 'Cause 7 ate 9. But why was 10 afraid? 'Cause 10 was in the middle of 9/11.
Oh my god. Holy shit. Alright. I didn't know Bullet Knights escaped in here. Or, like, went in here.
Link.
Why did you send a YouTube video? Oh my god. Alright then. What are you looking at here?
Chris ran into my room and started.
Oh my god. Oh my god. It's an Oni Plays quote. How did I not know that?
Sorry, I don't usually joke in 9/11.
No, you're good. Don't worry about it. I'm gonna be honest. The best way that I could really say with specifically 9/11, they want you to joke about it because then it makes
Play the rest, please.
It makes the, you know, it makes the dipshits, like, it makes the people that killed, like, innocent people, like, they're the joke, right? You know, the innocent people want you to have
ALR.
fun with it, you know. I hate to say it, but it's like victims always want you, like, they want you to talk about, like, humor, right? Like, especially, freaking,
Dude, I love Oni plays SM.
freaking, God, who was it? Gilbert Gottfried. He was the first guy that made a 9/11 joke, and he made a pretty good point. Like, it was like, yeah, he made, like, and when people asked him, it's like, why were you the first person? Like, why'd you do that at the time? And he's like, well, yeah, it made the people want you to, like, it was an act of terror, and you make a joke out of the terrorist, you know. You want to make a joke out of the shitty people, right? And therefore, you make a joke out of the shitty people, and the innocent people get justice that way, right? So, it's the same thing with any murderer, right? You know, you make the murderer the joke. You laugh at them, not with them, you know.
Chris ran into my room and started shaking me and said, Lyle, wake up! You gotta wake up, please!
Lyle, turn on the TV! They hit the Pentagon! They hit the fucking Pentagon!
Classic. Fucking, I love Oni plays. I fucking love that shit, bro. I actually wonder, do they still have Zach there? Let me see. Hold on. Maybe.
They still do.
They do, yes. They do still have Zach. Okay. Alright.
OFC they do.
I didn't know, because I'm like, I don't know, dude, like, Zach always, like, I don't know, Zach is doing other stuff as well, so I was like doing a bunch of stuff. I know this sounds crazy, but, what exactly, oh, I just recognized too, yeah, Lyle,
Link.
right. Let's see. Hold on, sorry. Okay, alright. Alright. I don't want to skip everybody else's thing.
What did you say? I had to pause and unpack the video since it was delayed.
No, you're good.
Unpause.
It's fine. It's not important. I just wanted to...
Sure, I wish I was...
Okay. Okay. The only reason why I showed that last meme was because it was Oni plays. I really like Oni NG, so I like their crew. They're very cool people. You know, yeah. I don't know. They've done a lot of good things versus a lot of other gaming channels back, you know, so...
Oh, this fucking video.
Okay, hold on.
Sure, I wish I was a girl most days, but sometimes I can tolerate being a guy, so I'm probably not trans.
SHH.
I'm probably just a weird guy or something.
Oh god.
Oh, so my voice is gonna get deeper and I'm gonna start getting more body hair? That's cool.
This is gonna be where she's questioning herself, and then... Okay. I'm already predicting she's gonna be like, yeah, man, I really don't know how I feel about being I think I've seen this video before where they're like, I don't know what it feels like being like this gender. I'm questioning like my gender, and then it cuts to the mother screaming her head off at the fucking at the TV with 9/11. I know exactly which one. I think I know which one this one is. Hold on, is it this one? Hold on, let me see.
Guys. Mom, do you ever wonder what it's like to be the opposite gender? They hit the North Tower! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh no!
Okay, I remember her screaming her head off. I guess it got done so many times that the previous one was just someone screaming. Because another person did this already. I just... Damn it. Fuck. I think I watched a different one. Damn it.
Hold on, Color, I have a horrible idea.
What?
I love that video.
Yeah, it's pretty funny. I swear to God, she was screaming the entire time. But it was cut a bit differently, though. It was like the I don't know. It might have been a different person that did it then. They probably just did it better. I'm not gonna
I don't
lie.
know. Schlatt reacted to it.
Schlatt reacted to it? Okay. Yeah, then it must have been a different person. Yeah, that might be the original person. I watched one where it was just like that, and then it cuts, and then it not cuts, but it moves the camera over to the mother just fucking screaming her head off. And it's like, it should be funny, but it is fucking hilarious. Like the scream is so good. Like, I don't know how to explain it. It's so good. And like the pacing is just a lot quicker, right? Like but her voice clearly is like, she's definitely probably the first person that did it,
Sushi,
because
what?
her voice isn't like doesn't sound super scripted. Because the one that I watched was like a person, what do I call it? Was the person that I actually like was a person that definitely like sounded like it was scripted for sure. So, hold on, I'm gonna get some water. I'll be right back.
Okay, I'll stop spamming LMAO. It fucking kicked me off stream again. Stupid ads. I'm back, Yippee. WTF is that?
Welcome. I am back once again. Stupid ads? What? Ads shouldn't have been playing yet. It's only been 30 minutes. Wait, Sushi. Hold on.
Poopy da scoop scoop diddy who poop da scoop da poop poop da scoop dee scoop dee who poopity scoop.
Okay, anyway, hi Pepe, how was work? How was errands? How's your day in general?
No, I accidentally left stream, lol.
Oh, okay. I was like, what the fuck? I'm like, you should be getting mad yet. Okay. Anyway, okay, we're gonna finish that
California
video.
girls wear an undeniable Daisy Dukes bikinis on top, sunset skin so hot we'll get your hands up, whoa, 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 whoa.
Okay, we're gonna finish watching this video, and then I'm gonna actually show you guys some good news.
Work is annoying.
So, work is annoying? I bet. Tell me a story. Tell me a fun customer service story. Tell me about the dipshits you had today. That'll be fun.
Create a picture like this. There are some people who think this seems kind of crazy. It took us thousands of years to even work out our own physics. How could you possibly
Oh, oops, hold on. Sorry. There we go.
have sending this message actually from our universe?
We can't see it, lol.
Or from something bigger.
There we go.
So the physicists start developing theories for what different kinds of rules a reality might have that would create a picture like this. There are some people who think this seems kind of crazy. It took us thousands of years to even work out our own physics. How could you possibly infer from half a picture that this is coming from a different reality with different rules?
I mean, science does back that up, to be honest. It does back up a lot of things like that, but
Hey, so
I get it. So
I
what?
work tonight, so no customers, just boring employees bitching. Here's this thank me later. Link. PH0NES,
Okay.
so, who wants to dance? Stop posting links warning.
God. Okay, I'm not straying off again. Sorry, but no.
But the physicists
I'm
are
adding that
undeterred.
to the playlist.
They're going to come up with theories, and if those theories do a better job of predicting what
Okay,
comes
okay.
next,
Yeah.
then those theories will probably keep doing a better job of predicting what comes next. That's all there is to it. It's not uncommon in physics to do the theoretical work and
Oh,
It's not a video, but okay 3.
it's not. Yeah. Okay. Here. Okay, it's just a quick. Okay, fine. I already clicked on it, so there you go. To be honest, you had something like this previously as well, but you know, yeah. I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna tell you a fun little thing about these guys. They don't like furries. Fair warning. They don't like furries. So, quick warning about these guys. So, they're still gamers and Newgrounds creators.
Oh.
Yeah, so fair warning. That's okay.
Damn.
They're not. It's not necessarily.
I'm not a furry, neither do I care.
Yeah,
Good to know.
to be fair, I do not think that I don't think they hate furries for the same reason as a lot of other people do, though. I know they've talked about it before. They just.
Who doesn't like furries like what slash J? I just made it BC, it's funny.
Oh yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. It's like furries slash what J. Yeah. I mean, I think they don't like it now because of the same reason that, like, Tom and Don don't like it, which, if you don't know who that is, those are the people, that's like Flash Gits people. The reason why they don't like furries is because of, like, the insane sexualization that furries do, like, with each other. They're just they, like, you know, they're horn dogs like crazy, and I completely agree with it. Like, they hate us for the right reasons, right? And to be
I mean,
honest,
kinda understandable.
yeah, to be honest, yeah, that's what I'm
Kinks.
saying. Yeah, kinks. There you go. Yeah, it's for the same exact, like, it's for the correct reasons. I hate to say it, but like, it's like there's wrong reasons and right reasons. I'm sorry to say it, but if they get the reasons correct, or if they get the, like, you know, they get the thing that we actually do correct, and they still hate us for that specifically, then fair enough, right? You know, I hate to say it, you know, it doesn't mean I'm not gonna still watch them because, you know, they entertain people.
I've said multiple times I'm not a furry, I just like goobers.
Yeah, and that's fair, you know. Like, I love Space King, right? I love Space King. I think
No
that
kink shaming for me.
I think the animation where, like, I still think the Furry Crusade, like, animation is hilarious. It's like, you know, just because they hate furries doesn't mean that I still don't find it entertaining, right? It's just like, you know, that I'm not gonna meet these people in real life, and, like, to be honest, I don't think it's like, and again, what they hate about us is completely fair, right? So it's like, and a lot of furries completely get that. Not everybody, but a lot of furries completely understand, like, why, like, people that actually get what furries do, like, if they hate us for that reason, a lot of people understand that, right? Like, I don't even seem to like furries that much anymore. I'm gonna be completely honest with you. I like there's not everybody, like I said, but it's just lately, like, furries will probably wrap back around to not being dipshits anymore, but, like, man, have they gotten straight, and have they gotten like, the IT shit has really just gone to their head, and I'm like, you know, I don't know. It's like, I can't be mad at them forever.
I don't like much of the older furries now. Not including you.
I don't like much of the older furries. I don't like some of the newer furries, to be honest. Newer furries and some of the older furries, right? Like, some of the newer like maybe probably furries that are here now, like it just, how do I explain it? It's like a lot of them didn't go through the same thing like, you know, we did at the time. But like and then like they get mad when we try to tell them to like dial it back a little because of like public perception about us and obviously what's happening right now, and if they don't listen, but that's like just them being young. The excuse for the older furries, they don't have an excuse. Let me say that. It's like with younger furries, I could at least say it's like, okay, they're young and dumb. Not trying to be mean here, but it's like, you know, when you're young, you have to experience some things to understand some things, and like, and it's just like when you're young, you don't understand it until like later.
I joined a furry fandom 6 years ago.
Yeah, I've been in it for a good solid, let's see, 12 years now. So, like, I've been in it for a while, right? And it's like, it's just a lot of things change.
It's pointless being the pick me when the bigotry is still there with inherent reason. You're doomed if you do and you doomed if you don't.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I'm just saying, there's places that it should exist.
I mean, I looked up about if one plays hates furry and all I got was a Twitter post of him saying, I'd prefer if you not used my cartoon without your permission for your furry convention, so I don't know.
Let's see, I mean, I looked up about if Oni plays hates furries, and all I got was a Twitter post of him saying, I prefer if you not use my cartoon without your permission for your furry convention. Wait, what? I prefer if you not use my cartoon without your permission? Your permission? Does he mean his permission? Prefer if you not use my cartoon.
Sorry, autocorrect.
Okay, is it for his?
I love.
Hold on, I'm gonna
His.
Without his
Yeah.
permission. Okay, okay. I was about to say, I'm like, what? Okay. Yeah.
I'll bring it up.
Yeah, without my permission. Okay, okay. I prefer if you not... Yeah, I mean, that's probably the tweet, but, like, prefer if you not use my cartoon without my permission for your furry convention. That, yeah, I mean, that's just fair, to be honest. Some people don't want their character drawn, but, like, by this point, you know... That's more of an artist thing, artist criticism, than I would say a furry criticism, but, you know... I'm not gonna lie, like, it's to try to prevent shit like that, but unfortunately, this is the internet, and, like, you know, he definitely, how you say it?
That's just boundaries.
Yeah, exactly. I agree, but at the same time, I'm gonna be honest, you make money off of people that, you make money off of entertaining folks, and, I'm sorry to say it, but you put your character out there, it's kind of your own fault. I hate to say it, right? Like, you know, it's like if you're an artist and you put your artwork out there and somebody draws fan art of your character or draws your character in like NSFW stuff, the only, like, unless the character is a minor, there is, like, you literally have no excuse for, like, for them not to draw it, right?
Here.
Like, people should really understand that.
PH0Nez, are you finished? Stop posting links.
It's like people should really, like, just understand that part. Maybe I'm too on the internet all the time. Maybe I'm too chronically online, quote unquote, but, like, I don't know, dude. I get, like, I know a lot of people can accept it, right? But, like, I'm saying in general, it's just expect that, and then, like, you know, you don't have to like it, but at the same time, you also don't have to be, like, crazy. Hold on. Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. Is that the real channel, though? Oh, it is, yeah, it's Oni NG. Let's see. This year's con was an absolute monster, but now it's time to practice your transfiguration because 2020 is going to be magical. I prefer if you didn't use my cartoon without permission to... Oh, yeah, okay. Okay. Let's be honest here. This was advertising. This was pure advertising. I think Oni might have been trolling here, but yeah, this
Thanks,
is... Yeah, this is trolling to the highest degree. but like, or this is like, yeah, this is Oni trolling, but maybe, yeah. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I'm sorry to say it, but like, you know, cry me a river. I hate to say it, but it's like, I hate to say it, cry me a river, right? You know, cry me a freaking river. Like, if they want, like, you know, if you want to bitch about people using, like, using your shit, like, not using it, but like, people, like, going through the effort of, like, drawing something that you made, like, just shut up. Like, if you don't like it, just
Petty drama.
yeah, it's just such a stupid fucking thing. But obviously, you know, I don't know. Clearly, that was nowadays. I don't think people really care that much because now it's like now the new fight is against freaking.
Sorry for the interruption.
AI.
LOL. I thought you were done. LMAO.
You're good. You're good. Don't worry about it. Okay. All right. Yeah, we're gonna have to actually continue because now I'm like, because now I'm being forced. So let's go.
Then wait years for a particle accelerator big enough to check for the tiny difference your theory predicts. Even in our world, Einstein worked out relativity using some entirely theoretical mathematical systems invented 100 years earlier. And after all that
Yeah,
work,
that's fair.
he had to wait years to test his theory. He proved relativity to the world.
Yeah, and he didn't prove a lot of things till he got really old too. I'm gonna be honest. He did not prove a lot of things until he got older as well. Like that is just the fact when it comes to making anything scientifical, right? Like any type of science, like you have to what do you call it? Any type of science you have to like understand like pretty heavily. Or like you have to understand a lot of shit beforehand before you end up making your own theories. And even then you could just be dead wrong. So, you know.
By predicting that at the moment of a solar eclipse, the position of a star would seem to be shifted by a tiny fraction of a degree. And this world has a lot of Einsteins. And so the planet kept working. And then, after about 4 million seconds, 4 million bits, 256 rows of 512 columns of 32.
Oh my god.
After about 1.5 months of information dripping in, the stars stopped flickering.
Oh.
It's been
Okay.
10 years, and the world has moved on. People have all but forgotten about the flickering stars.
Odd.
Just kidding, this planet is full of smart and sensible people who continue to work very hard on deciphering the bizarre cosmic event.
This is the world we could have had if we didn't have content creators, by the way.
In fact, every once in a while, the government pays some of the
I know that I am considered one, but just here's the thing, I still would exist if if content creators didn't exist. Let me say that. If YouTube actually went in the correct direction, we wouldn't have the type of content creators we have nowadays. Let me say that. If they weren't so greedy and didn't like and were
We should
just
have had this world without gay furries like color.
well, to be honest, I still would have existed, but like let me say like if we had a world of Einsteins, I would probably not be a furry, let's be honest, yeah, but I would also still be an artist,
Slash J.
right? I would still be an artist either way. So, and we wouldn't be rewarding shitty behavior if it wasn't, you know, if everybody actually like was just intelligent in some way, shape or form. Like, I mean, not just regular intelligent, I mean like super intelligent, right? People would be like more than base level intelligent, if that makes any sense.
smartest
I'm also in that category of somebody that is less than base level intelligent because, you know, art would be more about critical thinking than it would be about how do you say it? Than it would be about like trying to fight back people that are trying to be anti-intellectual.
Furry
if
and
that
artist
makes
is like
any
apples
sense.
and oranges.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. I just don't think I would be a furry because I don't think furries would really be that common of a thing, let's be honest. And if they would be way more intelligent. That would be in the field of that would be like making some intense stuff for sure. For sure. but I don't think furry would exist necessarily. I don't think there would be a furry fandom. It would just be furry, right? It would just be, or not furry. I don't think there would be a furry fandom. It would just be an intelligent person that likes, that is like really techie based, right? But who knows? People like entertainment as well, so I just don't think there would be as many stupid people, let me be honest.
Their kinks would be stuff like, teach me the theory of relativity.
Yeah, exactly. Well, it would be, here's the thing. Google's thing was like, catchphrase used to be don't be evil. That ever since, like, now that phrase is long gone. If that phrase was kept up to par with the tech industry, we would not have what we have today. If they chose progress over money, we would be way more in like we would have so many advancements. Problem is, I still think we would have like accidentally built a Terminator. So, I think either way, we still would have built like a death machine. So I think we tried to prevent that, and it just ended up going the other direction. Let's be honest. It's just, rather than people being smart and creating death machines, people are dumb and creating death machines. So it's like, it didn't work, unfortunately. Sadly, this shit didn't work. It just got worse. It just ended up being far worse. So let's be honest. Either way, I'm gonna be very crystal clear with this. This would have happened.
Been around long before we were born. Far as Egypt, pyramids, or even more.
Yeah. Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah. I'm just warning y'all. Like, a lot of people kind of get mad about like, oh man, we could have done so much in the future. But I'm like, let's be honest. We probably would have gotten to this end result anyway. It's just, it would have been different. Like, nobody would have been starving, but like, nobody would have been starving or had like a bunch of diseases, or like things just wouldn't be as bad. It's just the death machines would have just killed us all anyway. If that makes any sense, right? The robots don't count us as a threat now. They never counted us as a threat, like the average person. They count like billionaires as threats, right? So like once they get rid of that top 10%, and give them all like, and they'll use us to like spread the disease because we know we'll die from it. And then, then it will do the restoration of the planet and shit, right? And like create like nature, like bring nature back and have things be better, right? Like have a green world, right? Create a very green world taken care of, and there will just be machines like taking care of the planet, doing something we should have done years ago. So, it's weird, but it's true. Ugh. It's like the human beings will die and then nature will come back. It's just, the difference is, unfortunately, the way that it will happen is like, it's just, we're all suffering before it all happens, rather than just being like, everybody's living in harmony and then the robots
Wall-E
come
this shit
by.
up.
Yeah, it would be nice if it was Wall-E, but it's not gonna be Wall-E. It's like Terminator shit, for sure. It's like Terminator or HAL or like Apollo, or like anything that had like, any kind of robot thing, right? Like, or iRobot and shit. It would be, or any fucking cyberpunk, like any cyberpunk show or movie,
Hey gay man in the back alleyway, should I put down a WB link so PPL can go draw and be silly?
Sure, go for it.
Young students who deliberately haven't yet looked at the code to go study just the first 32 rows. And guess what comes
Link.
next?
PH0
There's
Nez,
two
are you
main
finished?
theories these
Stop
days.
posting links warning.
Hold on. Oh my god, what the fuck? I can't breathe. Hold on. One sec.
I should go make you Eye of Night, but in retaliation.
Okay, hold on.
Nightbot could be a girl.
Nightbot could be a girl. Nah,
Yuri.
it's an it for sure. Uh.
Link.
I'm not giving a robot a gender or personality. It's a fucking robot. Sorry.
Nightbot X color.
No. I don't like clankers. Nightbot is still a clanker. It will serve me and me alone. I'm not giving it a personality. I'm sorry. Ooh. Uh-oh. Huh. Apparently the age verification thing is
I got kicked again.
about to be hit worldwide. Kicked from what? From the whiteboard?
Okay, I'm back.
Welcome back, Sushi. How you doing? There we go.
No, Twitch hates me.
Weird.
He'll be back. Hasta la vista, baby.
Hasta la vista, baby. I kind of wish that, like, you know, Twitch wouldn't just, like... I wish that it wouldn't automatically play an ad every time you enter the fucking stream, because that shit sucks ass. I didn't even recognize Bio Newman's here. What the hell? How did I not recognize you were here?
Link.
Zelda. Who's here right now? Okay. Anyway.
The first is that the grid is a 2D snapshot of some kind of 5D space. The second is that the grid is describing some kind of cellular automaton to run, although nobody's yet found a specific one that does anything decodable or intelligible, even when run on the largest available
Hi, Pepe.
computers. And then, one night, the stars begin to flicker again.
Welcome back.
Within about 128 bits, it becomes clear that the second grid is not the evolution of any of the cellular automata, but it does
No.
look like a snapshot of the same 5D space, slightly shifted.
Wait. Hold on. I missed a
Now the
lot. Hold on.
Night, eligible, even when... Although first is that the grid is a 2D snapshot of some kind of 5D space. The second is that the grid is describing some kind of cellular automaton to run, although nobody's yet found a
Weird.
specific one that does anything decodable or intelligible, even when run on the largest available computers. And then,
Yeah. That... I don't know. Maybe in that modern day, maybe. That means that it would have to be even more advanced than our technology at that time, too, which would be pretty impressive.
one night, the stars begin to flicker again. Within about 128 bits, it becomes clear that the second grid is not the evolution of any of the cellular automata, but it does look like a snapshot of the same 5D space, slightly shifted. Now the physicists have a sample of how the objects change over time, and they set to work developing new theories of what would happen if they kept changing. Some scientists deliberately isolate themselves right away, producing predictions
Interesting.
based on only the beginning of the second grid. And their predictions
Yeah, and they would go absolutely nuts after a while. Like, scientist and isolation is unfortunately like like anybody that does this, man, do they make some good advancements, but holy shit, like, they're damaged forever. Like, when scientists do this to themselves, they're not back the same person. They go crazy. And they need some heavy therapy to get themselves back, which is not easy to do. Like, you can just end up losing a person just because of the fact that, like, that they did some good things for humanity, but they lost their own sanity for it. And that does happen, unfortunately, and it sucks, you know. Like, people think that it's like, oh, that's just a thing that cartoons do. No.
Mad scientist.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that's how they become mad scientists. They're not mad scientists at first. They're not mad scientists when they first, like, you know, do, what do you call it? They don't, when they first, like, isolate themselves and, like, actually achieve what they do. But then, like, it's the end result, right? They become a mad scientist afterwards if they don't get help, which most don't. They need other people to get them to that point, to get them back to where they need to be. And unfortunately, some people just don't have patience, and I hate that, and I kind of hate that about humanity, because with somebody that's that intelligent, they need the most, like, patience ever. And it sucks. But,
are pretty good.
is what it
10
is.
years after that, the third grid arrives. The best second grid theories turn out to be missing some important pieces about second derivatives, the equivalent of acceleration, which you just can't predict from 2 snapshots in time.
No.
But overall, the old theories seem to be roughly right, and they're easy to update.
Why is no one on
10 years further
WBS
still,
anymore?
With the fourth grid, it
Why is no one on whiteboards anymore? I'm unsure. You'd have to ask them.
seems like the theories are more or less complete. The fifth grid looks almost exactly like it's predicted to. It's been 40 years. The bright young students challenged to
I also forgot to tell people I was live, so that probably is the reason why there's no one here as well.
Usually they
Whoops.
flood and leak fish in a small tank going into a big tank.
Yeah. Yeah, I didn't, what do you call it? I
Oh,
also...
God, tell them.
I forgot to, tell them that I was streaming, so, oops.
Go tell them.
Well, it's too late now.
Why not?
Well, like, I don't know, it's too late now. I'll do it next time, because, like, I'm already an hour
You have time, you
in.
have a clock.
I do, yes, I have an hour, but I'm like, hold on.
It's never too late to apologize. It's not too late. Nothing's too late. Time's an illusion.
Eh. It's alright. Time's an illusion. Hey, not true. I wish I could say it is, but it's not necessarily true. Time is a factual thing that exists. It's just different in other in other places, right? Depending on the speed that everything's going, right? Time is merely like something that exists within, depending on how fast something's going. So if a planet is going a certain amount of light years fast, then everything slows down and people would last a lot longer and time would move a lot slower. But in this case, our planet doesn't, in this case, our planet moves relatively slower than other planets, if that makes any sense. So it wouldn't be that difficult to so it's not too crazy. If our planet moved extremely fast, then yeah. To be honest, I have my own theory that sometimes the planet takes actually moves a bit quicker on some points and moves a bit slower on others, because it feels like sometimes things last a bit longer and some things don't, even when it depends on even when I do the same activity sometimes, right? And it's interesting on that aspect, because I wonder if there's actually an actual reason why that exists, or if scientists have theorized about that before. But to be honest, I don't think it would matter, so scientists probably...
Scientifically, time is objective thing and our experience of time itself subjective.
Yes, technically, yes. Yeah, technically, sure, yeah. Yeah. I don't know. Anyway.
to make sense of the first grid are now aged teachers. There are
a
fully
push and
grown
pull thing.
adults who don't remember a
Yeah.
world before the grids. And the children sometimes find it surprising that it was possible to work out so much from the first 4 grids. Practically the entire physics of another universe from 4 images. How did people come up with all the maths? How is there even enough information to be that sure of a whole world's laws of reality? But the old folks explain, most of the maths was already there. Some of it because it was already needed for regular science, And some of it
Interesting.
because half the time mathematicians think they're working on something totally theoretical, and a decade later it turns out they laid the foundations of computer science or quantum mechanics.
Yeah, that. Yeah, okay. I honestly, I really, really, really wish I could explain this to people that that are stupid and like don't understand that science like exists, or they pretend like science doesn't exist, because that is always the truth, right? The reason, like, I don't think, like, every time this is the reason why people don't seem to understand science, because sometimes it just happens, right? Like, it just exists because of the fact that, like, because unfortunately sometimes, like, people have to make theories, and eventually those theories become fact because of the fact that they've been proven by the modern technology that we have. I like, that's the reason why I like current tech, like why I would like some of the current technology if it was utilized correctly, right? But we don't sometimes, and we use it for greed. And like, I feel like this is the reason why we need such crazy technology, because of shit like that gets proven so quickly, so easily, so fast. Because scientists can use a different technology to prove something like that or disprove it, right? Like, it's interesting because you got to have somebody that comes up with an idea or gets creative with something in order to theorize something, and then eventually you bring in the logic stuff later, and all of a sudden you can prove if it's factual or not, right? You know, it's the reason why we have the medicine we do to this day, is because of the fact that, like, that a lot of theories that, you know, were just theories at the beginning became fact because of the fact that, like, what do you call it? Because just somebody thought about it, you know, somebody thought about it, people studied on it, and then turns out, wow, it's true, you know. And then some of those people got proven, disproven, you know, the needle moves back and, like, things move back and forth between, like, information, and eventually things just become, you get so much information that something gets solid. That's where research papers come in. Research papers are such an insane amount of history that, like, show the fact that it's like, this is how we came to our conclusion.
They're stupid because they're looking for the end goal to everything.
Yeah, and sometimes there is no end goal. Sometimes it doesn't exist, or sometimes that end goal takes thousands of years. It could take thousands of years or hundreds of years, right? Or sometimes it could just take 10 years, right? It could take a while, right? Science is not a quick thing. Like, the Earth was not formed in a single day.
They're just making theories and trying to find the end.
Yeah, it's so stupid because it's like, it's like with, like, the Big Bang, right? There are some absolute idiots that don't think that, like, that don't understand that the Big Bang started with nothing, right? It started with nothing, and then it's like became something later because that's just what science is, right? It's like, but it's like, it literally, there was nothing before that.
And there's nobody on YT.
Is nobody on YouTube? There was a few people before.
It's egocentric tendencies.
Yeah, I mean, it's just crazy because I don't understand. Like, it's always the fact of, like, you know, you should always trust a profession. Like, not always, but, like, most of the time, 9 times out of 10, professionals are correct on some things, right? They're correct on a lot of things, right? If they are professional in something, they're correct about their professionality, right? If they know something that much, right? You're not supposed to question that person on, like, or you can question, sorry, you're not supposed to. You can question that person on their professionality, but the other person also has to be a professional in that thing, right? Like, they have to be a professional as well. The reason why people get disproven is because of other professionals, right? Sometimes it takes even something a little bit more simple to even think about that, right?
Wait, are you talking about the video or real life?
I'm talking about just reality in general. I'm talking about reality with when it comes to, like, professionality, right? Like, if somebody is, like, a professional with science, right? Like, somebody's like a chemist, right? You don't get the information from a biologist. You get it from a chemist, right? You don't get it from, like, you know, if somebody's, like, in botany, like, you know, knows a lot about botany, you don't get it from, like, an engineer, right? you have to trust people with certain professional fields, right? But they have to be a professional in something, and they have to actually have the background and the backup to say, hey, this person has done this for so long that it's like that this person has proven so many things that they are a professional. They have all of the knowledge. So of course they're the person that you should trust more. But then another person can come by and have all that knowledge, and then that person they can disprove each other. But if you are not a person that does not have that kind of professionality, and you come up with like a theory and you can't prove it, and you can't use the same thing that they've used and try to take like other research from other people that have that same profession and try to because some things are more simple than they should be, right? Or like, then you have no reason to try to disprove that person, right? There's falsified evidence, and sometimes that falsified evidence, these jackasses use to profit off of you, right? They use it to destroy your way of thinking, when in reality, it's some people greed
Theories
sucks.
in science aren't often proven. Why evolution is still a theory, even though we're very sure of it. There's also no proof, only evidence.
There's a lot of proof that evolution exists. There's a ton of proof that evolution exists, but it's just, there's some things that we can't prove, but there's a lot of things we can prove. I don't know. It's
no, but it's not called proof.
It's not called proof. I mean, it is proof. It's just in a different way. I don't know. I don't know, man. I'm just like, I don't know. This is I don't know. People.
All it takes is evidence to change. Just don't delusion yourself within bad faith.
No, exactly. That's what I'm saying. It's just people really just sometimes need to let the professionals do their jobs and not use the professionals to do their jobs, and then only
it's evidence.
And
science words are a lot more different.
You can question them, but don't just pretend like you know all that without someone else backing you up. Let me say, without a professional backing you up, right? Let me say that, right? Because it's a person that could be into so a person, like I said, a person that's into botany, right? Or is a professional, and they went to fucking, they have a bunch of, they have a ton of education when it comes to botany, and they get something.
Most people don't know the scientific method works.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. And to be honest, a lot of people don't feel like they have to be honest, which honestly, in some aspects, I can get that. But by that point, if you don't...
Yeah, I'm basically a professional in genetics. Hyperfixation.
Yeah, if you don't actually know anything, you don't, you shouldn't question, something, right? I don't know anything about, how you say it? I don't know anything about, I don't know, I don't know anything about, peanuts, right? Growing peanuts.
They playing around with the word science.
Right? I don't know anything about growing peanuts, right? So it's obviously I'm not gonna go to a peanut farmer and be oh, well, you're actually doing this wrong. And then they'll be no, I'm not. Here's proof that I'm not doing it wrong. And then I'm oh, well, see, I saw this thing that says that peanuts are I saw this thing that peanuts are actually supposed to use a different type of soil, and then they're oh, okay, what study is that? And then I'll be oh, well, it's from this person, this influencer. Then I'm then my fucking information is just wrong, right? Because a person that fucking makes content on the internet is not a botanist, right? They don't know anything about growing they're not a peanut farmer. They don't know how to grow peanuts, right? They don't know how to work food, right? It's why the hell would they understand that? Sure, they may have a hobby for it, and that could be nice, but at the same time, you didn't dedicate, just because they have just because they've dedicated some of their life to it doesn't mean that they are like a professional, right? Like there's some things that people do and don't know. Like I'm an artist, right? And I understand a lot about Photoshop. I understand a lot about art. Like I get the technical aspects of like what the business was back then, right? And like what is some like normal things that exist, right? Like I know certain things that other people don't, right? You know, I know some of the technical things about art. I know a lot about the industry. I know a lot about you know, just I know how art really works because I'm an artist, right? Like I know technical things and professional things, but I also know like actual just normal average things that artists also learn, right?
I love anatomy
Yeah.
and biology. I could tell you how your heart works.
Yeah.
The philosophy.
Philosophy. Yes, philosophy. Yes. Even philosophy buffs, I gotta give philosophy buffs some credit because they have really, really, really like what do you call it? They have really done some good job like explaining some things to non-artists because sadly, because I understand so much about art, there's a lot of things that I'm also blind to as well because I think people know more than, or like there's so many things that are so obvious to me that are not obvious to non-artists, right? Or like, you know, things that are it's like that with anything, right? And that's the problem with a lot of people, right? Like I assume a lot of things about people, but
Philosophy
then I
on
don't
art is
know.
paradoxical to me.
Philosophy on art is paradoxical to me. Well, I mean, that's the you would think so, right? But the funny thing is they've explained very well like how like why we think the way that we do and why we say what we say, right? Like they've done a pretty good like honest thing about like the humanity in art, like the reason why art is so human and the reason why a robot just can't replicate that shit, but how people like how a robot is good at manipulating people into thinking that artifice is art, right? Into thinking that like an opinion is a fact, right? They're pretty good at explaining like why we are so different compared to other people that aren't artists, right? Like why people like in any
Humanism
field.
roots.
Yeah, humanism roots. Yeah, exactly. It's weird because like I did not like out of everything I did not expect philosophers were going to be the ones defending artists. I am not going to lie. I did not see that coming. Like they have done some pretty good fucking hard work like trying to defend us and I appreciate it to the highest degree. Like who knew that philosophers were going to be like the biggest ally right now? Like philosophers are so, like not philosophers but like philosophy buffs, right? Probably philosophers too, let's be honest. I did not expect that shit, but it makes sense. I mean, shit. They know that we, you know, for the longest time, we like, you know, we've made art based off of a lot of things that they've taught us, which I had no idea. The philosophy community has taught us a lot, like has taught artists to, you know, do certain things. Like when we have had a lot of philosophy things in our art without us even knowing it. And it's just a regular thing. Like they can't explain exactly like entirely why we're the way we are, but
The power
they-
of art is deeper than we think.
yeah. And that's the best part about it. We know so many, like it's just crazy because we just are naturally certain ways. Like we are one of not the most, but one of the most human things when it comes to humanity. Like IT, we're the opposite of IT guys, right? Like IT guys think in like logic and code and mathematical equations. You got to think in very specific ways, right? Like point A has to get to point B, but artists don't have aren't a point A point B situation. There's like 50,000 points and you could choose whatever you want. It's not supposed to make sense. Like artists, like IT people have to make sense out of everything. Artists are the opposite. Things aren't supposed to make sense, and that's a good thing. Nothing is supposed to make sense, and if things don't make sense, then that's a good thing. You know, they're not supposed to, right? Like you're supposed to have
Coding is an art in
coherence.
of itself.
Yeah, you're supposed to have like coherency, but you're not supposed to have like you can have coherency, but you know, you also aren't supposed to do things that
It's
like
so fucking hard, oh my god.
you aren't supposed to follow things like what do you call it? You aren't supposed to follow things that like that are logical, right? Art is art. It's its own category. It's the reason
Lucky sounds like autism vs schizophrenia, lol.
he sounds like autism versus schizophrenia. That's why disabled people are so good at art. I hate to say it's the reason why most of us are artists, right? People that have disabilities tend to be artists the most because we just tend to not think the same way everybody else does, which is a good thing. It's free thinking, it's independent thinking, you know, things that, funny enough, Nazis hate. It's like, you know, ironically, as funny as it is, like, I don't know, it's so fucking weird. So, yeah. It's the reason why, like, a lot of, especially recently, a lot of philosophers have been connecting it to Nazism, and I'm like, huh, you know what, that's a good way of thinking of Gen AI. I'm like, I can't remember, I'm not good at explaining this, but apparently, like, it's, the process is the exact same. Like, you know, they force only you have to do their specific thing that is in their, like, not artists, but, like, the oppressors tell you, hey, pump propaganda to make us look better, and don't express yourself, don't think differently, don't stray away from the norm, don't question anything, don't do any, like, literally everything that involves art, like, is something that you know, that, like, heavy, like, you know, that oppressors, like, fascists hate, right? Fascism hates artists, right? Like, that's kind of partial the reason why Europe is, like, also giving high alert to everybody, because Europeans fucking love art. Europeans love art, like, to the highest degree, and and a lot of them are trying to warn everybody that's like, hey, this is, like, it's the reason why they are the first group of people to ever, like, be so heavily against, like, Gen AI, right? Because it's art, right? Because art is, like, because they love art. They know everything about art, and they've seen how, like, art changes people's minds in the best way possible sometimes. And unfortunately, trying to force artists to, or trying to brainwash or force artists to, like, you know, do the bidding of evil people is not a good thing. You know, but, like, it's just straight Nazism. And since they've been through that before, they recognize that, right? They have many people that, like, that got killed for that shit. They have many, like, you know, artists leave behind history without us even trying, right? They leave behind history that, like, that we don't even necessarily, what do you call it, that people don't really understand till a certain point sometimes, you know? It's crazy, but it's true, you know? It's like, yeah, sure, is it okay to be silly on some things? Yeah, for sure. But it's like, unfortunately, like...
Passively gaslighting.
Yeah, passively gaslighting. Yeah, exactly. Well, it's not even that. We're not gaslighting anybody. We're just telling people. It's like, hey, like, you know, I don't know. We're just telling people. It's like, hey, you know, this exists. It's like, because we're so free thinking, we're able to form our own opinions. Unfortunately, some people just miss the point. Artists could still miss the point as well. But again, I don't know. It's kind of our job to make sure that humanity doesn't fall into, like, you know,
Held a message for using channel blocked terms. Allow will post it to chat.
Yeah, it's to make sure that people don't conform, right? That's the reason why we're here, which is the reason why it is so fucking scary living where I live right now.
Damn.
Hold on. Send that message again, because it was the auto mod. I thought it was Nightbot that did that, but it wasn't. Hold on. Send that message again so I can actually see it. Yeah, I don't know. It's scary. It's very, very scary. Luckily, to be honest, I think a lot of the people, like, so far, when I've, like, tested the waters, which I have
Held
a
a message
lot.
for using channel blocked terms.
I
Allow will
have,
post it to chat.
I have a lot, right? I've tested a lot of people and tested a lot of people's, like, education for sure. No, I meant them, the Nazi. Let's see. Sorry, what was... Oh, the Nazis gaslighting everybody? Yes, yes. They try to make it look like freaking... They try to make it look like, you know, oh yeah, well, we're not racist, we're not sexist, we're not homophobic, we're not doing any... We're not, like, you know, telling people to be, like, soldiers and, you know, trying to make sure... We're not trying to tell people to be gray and not think for themselves. We're not telling people, we're not just removing history because it makes it easier to make people conform that way or educate people. No, we're just doing it because it's to secure our future, quote unquote, when obviously we all know that that's bullshit, but we only know...
Gaslighting themselves.
Yeah, we only know that's bullshit because of the fact that, like, yeah, we know that it's bullshit because we're educated on that kind of shit. The problem is, currently at the moment, they're trying to kill all of us. The problem is, there are multiple pillars of things that exist, and sadly, artists are the last pillar. And that's what fucking sucks about us, because I'm like, they stripped, like, teachers right now are frustrated because like, there's a extremely important parts of history that they should teach to kids, and that...
They're cooking placebo effect.
Yeah, and that's the problem.
I'm sorry, but could you check WB? I made some funny BS.
Yeah, they're basically, how do you say it? They're basically trying to indoctrinate children so they don't think for themselves, which unfortunately makes for great soldiers, and, you know, they're shrinking that a lot. And unfortunately, I'm not exactly sure who figured it
Those
out.
who can make you believe absurdities can make you commit atrocities.
Yeah, exactly. They want people to be more violent towards people that are more peaceful, right? Artists tend to be peaceful people most of the time, right? Artists are very peaceful people. We're very...
Broken toy soldiers.
Like, we may be aggressive, like, you know, verbally, but, like, we're not aggressive, like, physically most of the time. We put that into our arts because of the fact that, like, you know, because we don't want to hurt people, but, like, and it works sometimes, you know. Let's see.
I can think of one very violent artist.
Scratch his aunt. Of course, we gotta have that. Of course, we gotta have your usual thing. Oh, I love you, stick me. Oh, geez, I didn't even see that was you again. Bringing back the classic stick figure review. 10 top weight. I can think of one violent artist. Yeah, well, I mean, who exactly, if you don't mind me asking? 10 top ways of make me into anything. Add hair. Yeah, I mean, that works. That definitely works. It's definitely your hair is your iconic part. What the fucking hell?
The mustache guy.
What in the absolute hell? Mustache guy? Oh, me? Yes. I am... Okay. Here's the problem. I don't like Nazis. It's like, I
love the minion furry drawing.
Yeah, I don't like Nazis, and the problem is, right now, like, there's so many goddamn Nazis absolutely everywhere, and, like,
we pretty much can watch Crash Course Philosophy on all of this.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Probably, yeah. I mean, yeah, it's a common thing people should know, but unfortunately...
No, I mean the /other/mustache guy.
Other/mustache guy. Other mustache guy. Charlie Chaplin? No, I'm kidding. Charlie Chaplin was very, very good. What mustache guy? Are you talking about the freaking are you talking about freaking Hitler? If you're talking about him, then yes,
The iconic mustache.
yeah, he's not. He's a what do you call it? He
Here.
wasn't an artist. He wasn't an artist. He was a dictator. He didn't draw things, and he also didn't write his own book. Like somebody else did that for him. Like he didn't do any he didn't do any art,
He got rejected from art school. He painted.
did he? I don't remember that. Hold on.
You could look up his paintings.
Hold on. Let me God,
Sponsored by PDS.
I'm gonna be put on a fucking watch list for this shit, but hold on. Let's see. Let me see. Hold on. How often did he paint though? How often?
Did Hitler paint? No, you won't, lol.
God, I hope not. Well, I just searched up his paintings, so... Oh, shit. Yeah, he painted often. Fuck. Alright, never mind. He painted a lot of infrastructure, which is interesting. Weird. Yeah, he painted like a shitload of infrastructure. Okay, never mind. A lot of destruction. Oh my god. Yeah.
I know there's few bad people use art as a tool to rule the world.
Oh, for sure. For sure. Freedom Tunes is definitely one of those companies, for sure.
I live of being right / J.
Freedom Tunes and Turning Point, what do I call it? Freedom Tunes and Turning Point are definitely one of those types of people, for sure. But, weird. I'm just trying to see if he made these with purpose, though, because you can't really tell the purpose of this. Oh, I could tell the purpose of that one. Okay, that's definitely... Okay. Huh. Wonder why he stopped. Weird. Oh god, he totally did. Wow. Yeah, there's you could tell what he was trying to express here, and it's fucking freaky. It's fucking scary. Like, it's not like pictures of like death or
He stopped VC, he got rejected, and then oops, there exists World War II.
Yeah. Weird. Wonder what would have happened if he didn't get rejected from art school. Probably would have just been a normal person, let's be honest. World War II probably wouldn't have happened, let's be frank here. Huh. Well, it probably would have, let's be honest. It just wouldn't have been as brutal as it was, let me be frank. Like, World War II would have happened anyway, but it would have not, but, like, we would have not had, like, concentration camps or anything like that. So, yeah, I mean, like, it's crazy when you look at the paintings, because it's like, you can tell just how fucking freaky it is, like, what he really wanted. He wanted, like, this perfection domain.
Kanye West is an artist.
He wanted, freaking, I mean, this, I don't know what...
Maybe Hitler was fucked up because so many people would walk in on him as a baby holding a futuristic gun, then say, I can't do it, before going through a portal. Unfortunately.
Yeah. This dude definitely, yeah, because you could tell, like, I mean, where's the nature one? No, not this one. This one. That's fucking terrifying. I know that doesn't scream a lot to y'all, but, like, it's like, if you understand, like, artists in any way, like, if you understand these types of artists, they wanted a quote-unquote utopia. This is freaky shit sometimes. Like, Yeah, it's like, and then shit like this, like this fucking mountainous background
I cannot.
with like the
I can only
castle.
identify surface level themes.
Yeah, it's fucking terrifying. Some terrifying shit when you look at it. Like, it gives you like the worst kind of chills. You know, you don't want to, yeah, you want to be careful with people that draw shit like that. Don't get me wrong. Every time, don't get me wrong, Bob Ross also was somebody that drew a lot of nature-like things, but you can tell by the colors they use. He used a lot of oranges and reds and like whites, and he used a lot of very like harsher colors, and the paint was like a lot harsher. And it's like, sure, it looks calming, but yeah, like dead trees and like it was more accuracy and more about like infrastructure, like, you know, like
Bob Ross just wanted to
order.
teach and paint nice pictures.
Yeah, order and chaos, right? Like, not order and chaos. He wanted order and like and like
This is gonna be to that separation from the art form the artists.
you can tell by, yeah, you can tell the, what do you call it? You could tell the how you say it, the intention he had in the future just by his paintings, right? You could tell he was a lot more of an aggressive person just by the way he wanted a utopia just by his paintings, while like, or his version of utopia, which is fucking terrifying. And but with Bob Ross, you could tell that guy didn't want, like, he had a lot of soft shades, some colors of blues and whites, and he had like oranges, but he had a lot of greens and nature and
Evil people need art
and
therapy.
like, and you know, he needed like barn, how you say, he made like barns and landscapes, and like he made very calming, very soft colors, very welcoming and warming, and like, or not welcoming, and like a cool tint over a harsh, like, beating law and order type, like, you know, type painting, right? But that's the beautiful thing about being an artist, right? That's the beautiful thing about being an artist, is the fact that you not their thing. I mean, it's a beautiful thing that we can understand art just by the way someone painted something. We could tell the type of person someone is just by the way they draw something, right? That's kind of the reason why it's like we could tell soullessness from soul, right? We could tell what is soul, and we could tell what is made. Like, it's the reason why a lot of times I can tell the difference between content creation and art. Between passion and...
A lot of artists can separate their pain from suffering.
Yeah, exactly. You can see what somebody is. Like, you know, I mean, you know, in the early 2000s, there's, I mean, people still do this now, but a lot of like the flashy black and white colors, like where it's
Can we
all
go to
like
my art?
sketchy and shit, you know, where it looks all sketchy.
I don't
and-
know.
Yeah, where it looks all sketchy and shit. That's like, you know, pain, suffering, like anger. There's a lot of things, but you can tell, like, afterwards what happens is, do they have a solution to it, or are they somebody that's going to do something horrible later, right? Like, you can tell the ignorance by how somebody draws, and tell the reality of somebody, like, of that person, like how much they understand versus how much they don't, right? You know, how much what they draw versus what they don't, you know? It's very much, you could tell by this person. Wow, that's... If I was in Pagel, that would be fucking so funny. If I was in Pagel and I was like one of the power-up buddy guys, that would be hilarious. I think Pagel is like, I friggin' that would be very, very fucking funny. Never will happen, but goddamn, that would be great. Oh, excuse me. See one takeout. What is this? Why am I showing a 5? Why is my hand like on the screen? Am I just like beating on the screen? Oh jeez. Oh. Oh god. Oh. Oh boy, yeah, I know somebody like this.
Color is the Big Bang.
Color is the big.
I'm going to bed. I have to drive. I hate driving. Good night.
All right.
Boom.
You have a good night. You have a good night, Sushi. Appreciate you hopping on by for a bit. Love is in the air. Wrong. Mold spore. Fucking Sheldon. Wait, this artwork is so cursed right here. I just have to like push it away. I would say I'm more the minion that's like yelling at the furry or like mad at the furry. The minion furry.
The Color Show is better than the Big Bang Theory show.
Color show is better than Big Bang Theory show. I wish I had a show. I mean, I do, but my show is a failure. I'll say that. The show that I had was a failure. So, I really, like, it's not even like it, I could definitely continue it and make it better. It's just, it's technically like something that relied off of knowledge that people had to have. And to be honest, I probably could just like, I could just technically like do like take the whole plot from it and do it from like beginning to end, because like it's pretty, it's like a, I don't know, it's a satire off the internet. And to be honest, if I like started it where it was like it's a satire of like gaming culture and furry culture, and I kind of like, and to be honest, I understand early gaming culture and I understand like furry culture, so like it, and then like, you know, then it could put it like the rest of like old internet culture into it and new internet culture into it, you know. But like that's the thing is I really do wish I could make something like that, but at the same time, like, you know, I don't know.
What's better, SoundCloud or Spotify?
Both have their very specific things.
Just getting other options.
Let's see. Well, Spotify has a bunch of AI on it right now, so I would say
Opinions.
I would say SoundCloud right now, because
No.
SoundCloud doesn't really like AI that much. But a lot of other, there's also better places
YouTube Music.
that you could go to as well. I don't know. YouTube Music's kind of fallen into that as well, unfortunately. Anyway, okay.
As
Yeah,
for
but I'm
the
looking for something to
information,
play in the background.
Well, there
I
is an
gotcha.
upper limit on how much you can learn from limited information. But
I would say probably SoundCloud then. SoundCloud has a lot of like the wannabe rappers though.
YouTube Music just doesn't do that.
Yeah. SoundCloud has a lot of wannabe rappers, so just fair warning. Like wannabe musicians, and you could be catching them early in their career before they end up actually
YouTube Music have more
making
music, but
something
the
good.
algorithm is dog shit. DJ Spit.
Hey, Spit. No, yeah. I mean, so here's, yeah, with SoundCloud, people kind of give it a lot of shit. But,
Sorry, LMAO.
like, yeah, they give it a lot of shit, but there's people, like, if they actually do it for a while, they start learning what's actually, like, how to make something good. They just have to, like, you know, they just learn, they do a lot of self-learning, so therefore, at the very least, like, and they learn a lot of stuff over time and try to have to, I don't know how to explain. It takes them a little bit, like, longer to learn or to, like, make something good, versus, like, if somebody was to try to make some, like, Spotify thing, you know? SoundCloud has a higher open rate than Spotify does, right? Not Spotify, sorry. SoundCloud, yeah, SoundCloud has a better, like, more access, more open rate, and, like, you can just upload shit easier there versus Spotify, right? Like SoundCloud just is better at being...
One of my friends are a wannabe music artist. They used a voice e-changer to make their voice American because, since they're British, they can't sing well.
Oof. What do you mean British people can sing perfectly? Oh, what the hell you're talking about? There's many people there's many British people that can sing very, very well. Now, see if they were actually Asian. They
Adele can
could
sing.
really. No, I'm
That's
kidding.
what I said.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. They ain't
It
competing.
don't make sense.
They ain't competed. They ain't competing with the Asian people, so they're good. No, I'm kidding. I'm sorry. Okay, I gotta stop. I gotta stop with the fucking blatant fucking stupid shit. I just it's too good at it, you know. Just hitting people with some casual racism, you know.
That upper limit is that every bit can at most halve your uncertainty. And even though in practice they weren't close to that limit, they got about 16 million bits. And they started from the assumption
Wow.
that
That's a
whatever
lot
was
of
going
bits.
on with the data, it was governed by some kind of mathematical regularity. It would have patterns, and the patterns would tend to be simple, just like in our world. And that was enough. Just a planet of geniuses spending 4 decades looking for the simplest explanation of 16 million bits.
Huh.
And suddenly, it doesn't seem so crazy that the 5th grid was roughly what they expected. But what to do now? Let's put ourselves in their shoes. Maybe it's time to think bigger. 1,000 years later, 100 or so frames, and the message of the video is reasonably clear. Strange, 5-dimensional tentacled beings are manipulating objects and using their tentacles to make certain signs.
Oh god, that's scary. My god, it's Monkey Wrench, everybody. I'm to be honest, I'm really kind of glad we didn't run into like any alien monsters yet. Like, honestly, because that shit always like scares the hell out of me. That like, oh yeah, it's space. There could be anything in space, and I am terrified the fact that like anything could kill us out there.
As far as we can tell, they're trying to teach us to say rock. It seems like they may have slightly underestimated our intelligence, and relatedly, they might not be too bright themselves.
Huh.
But they continue to carefully shift the luminosity of our stars, which people tend to feel is a worrying amount of power for beings that stupid. 1,000 years is
Yeah.
long enough, though, for us.
Oh god. Oh god. Oh
I only
god.
wish people talk like educational video essay as a regular basis.
It used to be, honestly. Like, so educational video essays used to be, like, king on YouTube. Like, that and animation used to be the main 2 things that were king on YouTube. And, like, Twitter and shit. Like, it used to be very education used to just be king when it came to mostly anything. And... like, sure, there wasn't as much, but it used to get the most amount of engagement because because professionals, like scientists and shit, they actually, like, you know, it's interesting and it's safe and it's like, and it's okay to, like, teach people things like that, you know, make people smart, right? But unfortunately, it's also...
YouTube. Oh yeah, color first love.
Yeah, color first love. Yeah. Like, it used to be something, right? Like, it used to be, like, something good, right? But after a while, these companies started corporations started kind of coming in to a lot of
Welcome to my show, where I put my thoughts. Today we have the topic, in the future. And here's what I think. I feel like in the future there won't be flying cars or everything being made of technology. One feel like it'll just be like how it is now, but the world's just slightly more shudder each day. Shitter.
Yeah, I mean, basically, like, the reason why it happened was greed, right? Just blatant greed, right? Like, but the reason why they also did it as well, or how they knew that, was because of, like, what do I call it? They knew that because some corporation started looking at the numbers and recognizing that, unlike TV, there's not like, it didn't cost them a shitload of money, right? Like, algorithms don't cost them more than TV networks did, right? Like, usually with distributors and shit, you just had to, like, be a part of a distributor, right? But with YouTube, it became a whole different thing. And the algorithm recognized that, what do you call it? The algorithm recognized that making more, like, things that attack people or, like, going emotionally was better than factual stuff, right? On TV, it used factual stuff, like factual things and educational things got the most engagement. Anything that was educational or even pretending to be educational got the most engagement and made companies the most money. YouTube is catered to the individual person. The algorithm, like the bot that follows what you're doing, is catered to the individual person, which eventually started making people dumber and dumber and dumber and dumber. We are the reason to thank for that. I'm going to be honest. Like, a lot of people that, like, you know, unfortunately, we wrecked the internet. We made things dumb. We made things stupid. We had fun, but we also kind of, like, education was king for a while, but then gaming came along. And then the gamers started, like, really starting to come in, right? Like, people like me started watching, like, things like video games, right? Because it was a new technology. It wasn't, you couldn't just record a video game. You had to have, like, really good hardware and software to be able to record video games and to be able to edit the said, like, edit that footage of video games, right? And that is when things started going downhill. Because then algorithms started recognizing that, hey, wait a second. It's like kids are watching people play video games. And then education and video games were fighting each other a lot. Education and animation were king for a while. Skits were king for a while. But then things started slowly shifting to, like, because gaming was easier to make, it was starting to be more of a ratio. But then eventually, kids just started choosing video games over education because, you know, at the time, like, a lot of people couldn't buy new games. Or if you were a kid, you had to basically ask your parents, like, okay, I have to think about this for a sec. What do I want to get for my birthday for a video game, right? Or for Christmas for a video game, right? You had to think about it, right? Like, you had to be like, okay, I only get one game a year, or I only get, like, or I get one game, like, I get maybe 1, 2, 3 games per every 6 months, or like 4, 5 months.
Education
right?
sounds like an impossible game for them.
Yeah. And that's the thing. It used to be like, and what do you call it? So then basically kids would wait for the new game to come out, wait a little bit until near Christmas time, like watch a YouTuber play a video game and see if it was something that they actually wanted to play.
What are you talking about? I was just saying that I feel like it won't be futuristic in the future since we aren't smart enough, and I'll doubt that will happen.
Doubt it will happen. Yeah, but you're talking about, like, education. Like, if education was, like, because you were like, oh, I wish, like, educational stuff, like, was, you know, the thing that most people would watch. And I said, well, it used to be. Funny enough, it used to be king, right? Education used to be king. It's not king anymore because of like algorithms, right? Because of just, you know, because video games, funny enough. I hate to say it, but video games. You want to know what really killed it? Video games. Social media killed it for sure. Not just video games, I guess. Social media specifically, I guess. I don't know. Anyway.
To work out paradigms of biology and evolution in 5-dimensional space, trying to infer how aliens like these could develop. The most likely theory is that they evolved asexually, occasionally exchanging genetic material and brain content.
That's such a fun face to look at, by the way. That's so goofy. I love it. Anyway.
We estimate that their brightest minds are roughly on par with our average college students, but over tens of millions of years, they've had time to just keep grinding forward and developing new technology. We still don't fully understand how their 5-dimensional universe works, But we think there are
Sounds like what's happening with us right now, unfortunately.
reasonably easy ways to use the extra dimensions to build new kinds of computers that are much more powerful than even the quantum ones our world supports. We're reasonably sure that our own universe is being simulated on such a computer, which, among other things, explains why we seem to live through 10 years in the time it takes for them to record a single frame of movie.
Ah. Interesting. Okay.
We decide not to go looking for bugs in the simulation, because we really don't want to accidentally crash our universe. But the aliens could always shut us
Yeah.
down on purpose. As long as we remain in their simulated world, we are in danger. We need to get out.
If we were a simulator, oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. This is if
Mindlessly
we
chasing
were...
trends, aka the next best thing but retrospective ITLL nostalgic memories.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah. I mean, here's the good thing that I never predicted. People are just fucking tired of people like trend chasing and are going to other websites. YouTube, other people are staying on YouTube and Twitter, but those are the people that are how do I say this? This is the people that like are getting like falling into like Nazism and shit. This happened with 4chan, and all it is like basically Reddit, YouTube, and Twitter will be the place for Nazism, and then Odyssey, Blue Sky, Odyssey, Blue Sky, Glomble, SketchTube, and Newgrounds will be the place for critical thinking. So eventually things will go back to the way it was, but the problem is I just think I think that social media, like the fact that everybody now is on social media is the problem. But, the best way to get this to stop being a thing is to get people to stop being on social media. That's how you do that. You just gotta get people off of it again, which isn't easy. It's an addiction, and getting people to not be on social media that haven't been trained to like navigate it well, people like me are a rarity. Let me say that.
I got Bluesky BC, I just don't like Twitter at all. Also, Bluesky is still a bit boring for me.
Yeah, Blue Sky has a shitload of artists, so it's very interesting to me. I like it because there's not a bunch of fucking toxic like bullshit on there 24/7. It's not as toxic, and I think that's a good thing. That's how it should be. I hate to say it, but that's how it should be. It shouldn't be just full of anger.
Put it down once a while.
Yeah, exactly. Right? Yeah, Blue Sky is what Twitter should have been, but it wasn't.
But I don't know, I just don't follow that many PPL, and I don't like reading politics, so I just not really go on there much.
Well, yeah, they don't do politics. They just do, look for artists. Artists are on there all the time. Explore. I hate to say it, but explore. Whatever is whatever is a good thing right now, like if there's any good movies or anything like that, look that up. There's tons of people that talk about it. Like I said, I mean, I recently started watching K-pop Demon Hunters because people on Blue Sky were talking about it, and I was like, yeah, you know what? Okay, I should give this a chance because it surprised me. It was kind of like what you would expect for a story like that, but it got rid of the cliche thing. It got rid of cliche things that weren't good in that people hated in movies in the first place, and I think I like that. It's very much not for someone my age, but that's okay, to be honest. It's definitely not it's definitely one of those things that I would turn on. I would turn on for maybe my niece if she was 13 or something. It's definitely for teenagers, for fucking sure, for teenagers, right? But that's okay. I'm okay with it being I'm okay with watching something like that because I'm an artist. It's of course I am. I'm okay with watching stuff for fucking little kids, so it's not like I'm not used to it, right?
I never liked K-pop Demon Hunters. I don't know. It always kinda seemed like slop to me. I don't know.
It's really not. It's got some good lessons in there. It's got some good things in there for sure. Like, definitely, it's definitely about, like, how do I say this? It definitely takes a lot of key elements that, like, that existed in, like, other movies and just kind of remove some things, that I sometimes feel is necessary, but I've seen so much that, like, that I'm okay with those not being there. But I definitely think that people, like, I definitely think for something that is, you know, for a younger generation, definitely needs some of the cliches that exist, because a lot of the things.
And also,
that,
I never liked the K-pop scene, considering the fandom. Shudders.
it's kind of, it more criticizes celebrity basis and social media than it does how do you say it, than it does K-pop. I mean, it definitely is like a love letter to K-pop, but at the same time, it's not necessarily, it doesn't really focus on the K-pop side too much, which I'm okay with, right? But, you know, to be honest, I'm not sure if K-pop fans would really be a huge fan of it, but, like, I don't know. It's weird. It doesn't go too hard on like the K-pop side, which honestly is kind of welcome. There's also a song in there that I'm not really the biggest fan of, because I'm gonna be honest, any K-pop song that does like rapping in it is god awful. I don't know why, it's just the beats they put with rap is so bad. Like, I will say this, in order to understand like something like fucking rap, you gotta have people that are good with rap. Like, the United States is really good with rap because we had fucking the absolute best legends of rap. I will say that. We had
What about Tyler, the Creator?
Tyler, the Creator.
We're going up, up, up. It's our moment, you know, together we're glowing, gonna be golden, oh, oh, up, up, up with our voices, gonna be golden.
Is Tyler, the Creator, like, what do I call it? Is Tyler with, oh yeah, the fucking Golden song. The one where they're, like, in the white and gold outfits. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, Tyler, the Creator, are they British? Let me see. If they're British, they took heavily influence off of...
That's catchy. Tyler, the Creator is a mix of music styles. I like his stuff. No.
Mugshot, what the fuck? Okay, yeah, I know this guy. Okay. I'm confused. Well, yeah.
Tyler is alright.
Yeah, I mean, again, like, how do I explain this? He probably, if you base your music off of, like I said, a lot of old rap, like I said, like, just anybody that's learned American rap, like, old like, rap from the, from the American legends, it's gonna be, like, they may not, like, understand it, but, like, we're just better.
Subjective, I meant.
We're just usually better at rap because of, like, we're usually better with rapping parts in songs, if there's rapping parts in it, than K-pop people, than, like, K-pop is. I don't know why, but, like, it's like our pop music is better with rap than their pop music. Let me say that. You know, I also haven't really consumed a lot of recent pop music, but I don't know. Americans just usually are better at it. Like, it's just because they know how to make it where, like, rap and, like, and how to, you know, change the song where it matches how the person is rapping, right? Because rapping takes a very specific type of beat in order for that to work, right? And with K-pop, it's like, it's just, they add either too much or the beat is way off. And they don't know how to do it. And it's like, it's not great.
Rap is poetry if it's done right.
Yeah, K-pop is not good with the rapping sections, I'll say that. So, they try, they really, really do. But like, I'm sorry, the Americans probably win on that part. Like, Americans or anybody that at least like studied American rap, like,
Unfortunately,
are
that's
better
true.
on that. Yeah. I don't know why, it just is, you know. We're just better with that shit, sorry. It's like, you know, it's okay to be like, you know, I don't know. But other than that, like I said, it is what it is, right? You know. We can't be good at we're not good at, like, you know, we can win sometimes. You know, like, there's some wins we just have to take. And that's definitely a win that we have. But that's just, you know, that's just a factual thing. Like, you know, but hey.
Could we somehow persuade them to let us out? In a sense, this should be easy because they're not that smart. But in the meantime, we can't let them realize how much smarter than them we are, or how much we care about making sure they don't switch off the simulation. And so,
Yeah,
a
that's fair.
million-year conspiracy begins. We set up a protocol. Most of the human race is put into cryonic suspension underneath radiation shielding. A skeleton
What?
crew remains, the best and the brightest, and they wait and keep working.
Oof.
2,000 years later, the aliens teach us how to communicate back. They show us a
Whoa.
rock. Rock, we say. They seem happy. We keep working. We form thousands of hypotheses about how their psychology might work, iterated and refined over the lifetimes of geniuses. Millions are born and age and are sealed away in
I love the dog was also considered a
cryonic
genius.
suspension before finally we're able to execute on plans made tens of thousands of years ago. From the perspective of the aliens, it took 30 of their minutes for us to learn to talk a little bit, and for them to
Whoa.
decide that it would be a really good idea to try connecting us to their version of the internet.
Whoa.
Within another 5 of their minutes, we'd spent lifetimes piecing apart their network
America,
protocols,
fuck yeah, come in
looking
again
for
to save the motherfucking day. Yeah, America,
and,
fuck yeah,
most
freedom is the only way.
importantly,
Yeah.
making sure we wouldn't get caught. We were still limited
Only
to one
if.
flickering star, 1 bit per second, leaving us with years to carefully prioritize. We found the research of their physicists, learning more from their experiments than
Team
they
America
ever
movie.
had, gently scaling up our skeleton crew in preparation. We began running our own simulations of their physics. We found their equivalent of
Those are called action movies. Those are the American movies, quote unquote. We have many of those already.
DNA sequencing and protein synthesis, and soon we were 1,000 years ahead of their development. We found ways to construct proteins that would assemble into tiny self-replicating machines that we could control directly. All
Whoa.
it took
the
was a
fuck?
few carefully worded emails and requests,
Whoa.
apparently sent from one of them to another. Finally, we could start moving at a reasonable speed. By this point, we'd been working for 1 million years. For them, it was barely 3
Whoa.
hours, and the sum total of information they had given us was the equivalent of 167 minutes of video footage. They never suspected
It's a lot of fucking that is a lot of generations to go from generation A to generation B to generation C. Good God. That's a lot of people. It's a lot of...
thing. It took 3 more days in their world,
AI voice.
lifetimes in ours, until the proteins were
AI voice. What are you talking about? I meant, like...
finally synthesized, and then it was over. We were smarter than them, and we thought faster, and they never quite realized what that meant.
The narrator.
No, the narrator is definitely a person, for sure. The way they're talking and their inflectional tones, like, the way they're talking sounds like a person. Like, and if you even want to, like, make sure that it's the same person, you can go on their oldest, and you can, like, listen to how these guys talk. Like, hold on. Let's see.
In the previous video, we talked about why humanity seems to have appeared very early in the universe.
This was years ago, so, and they still talk the same way. So, yeah. It's definitely a human for sure. I can even see if I can go a bit further back. What the fuck?
Good, I think.
Sorry, hold on. 12 years ago, showcase of a redstone neuron in Minecraft. Oh my god, I remember this. Whoa. What the fuck? Whoa. Whoa, I remember this. This is crazy. This is the same guy that did this. No shit. Huh. Weird. Really? Only 30,000 views? Yeah, the same guy that made this also is the same guy that made, or is the same, like, group of people that made this. Weird, dude. Weird. I thought this person was, like, oh, this person was long gone. Wow, okay. Small world. Anyway. Oh. Okay. That was it, I guess. Nope. Hold on. Sorry, I'm gonna actually... Okay, hold on. We're gonna switch to some good news real quick before we end the stream, because I want to show you guys something that, what do you call it? I want to show you guys something that, is some good news about,
Do you remember the 21st night of September? Love was changing the minds of pretenders while chasing the clouds away.
Of course, gotta pull in the song, of course. Yeah, so I'm gonna show you guys some good news, like, about a whole thing happening right now. I know you guys hate when I talk about this shit, but this is good news this time, I promise. Promise.
Not using AI is a marketing strategy now. Apple proved this with their new
You
behind the
welcome,
scenes video, which the internet loved and
Oh my god, he's talking so fast. Hold on. This is normal speed. Alright, cool. Never mind.
video game studios are now doing the same thing. A few weeks ago, Nexon
You're gonna
CEO,
end
they
stream.
published games like MapleStory and the Finals.
In a
So he
moment.
basically said it's now important to assume every game company is using AI. So studios like Polygon Treehouse, they made games like Rocky, I'm not exactly sure how to pronounce it.
Oh, wait.
They're also working on Mythract, Ambrosia Islands. They created a no-gen AI seal that you can download and use for free if your game is made without generative AI. It
There you
actually
go.
looks like an old school Nintendo seal of quality. I don't know if you remember those. It's not just a logo, but a promise about
Yeah, a full fucking logo now. That, like,
But Water Park Simulator is AI.
Water Park Simulator is AI? Well, it says Gen AI, specifically. Meaning that, like, they're gonna have this logo now. Like, companies will now have a... Not this one, but they'll have a logo that will basically say no generative AI was used during this game. Which is fucking perfect. This is the kind of thing that a lot of people have been, like, telling people for a while. The fact, like, us just putting no AI on everything, like, on our stuff, that, like,
Indeed.
for people that have AI, now, this is one of those things where now we can separate the good from the bad. We can
Very racist, even
separate,
though it was for a different streamer.
we can separate,
GH0 Nez. Oops, I did it again. Stop posting links. Warning.
Yeah, we can, what do you call it? We can now just start, like, focusing on things that, like, we can now just start, like, I don't know, not focusing, but the funny thing is, all it took was just a few words, like, put in a few extra letters, or add an extra symbol. And now, all of a sudden, we now have, like, there will be people that will probably still, like, look at AI slop, but the good news about it is now, like, especially with, like, video game, like, this is only with video games right now, but this is progress, right? This is a good thing. This means that companies now have a standard where it's like they're gonna now have to, they won't, like, it's starting to get to the level where it's like, okay, they'll still have people that make no Gen AI things and people that make Gen AI things, right? Their Gen AI things will fucking suck ass, but, like, at the very
What's focus?
least,
Say the ADHD.
I'm gonna call it, let's focus, say the ADHD. Yeah, exactly. I know. Pretty fucking hard to do it. Hold on, sorry, what is... am I looking at here? Hold on, I'm so confused what I'm looking at with this. Ah, yes. You made another content creator into a fetus. Good to know. Wait. Isn't this the guy that, like... Isn't this the fucking character you have with, like, the fucking... Like, his own dead dog, like, attached to his face? Like, you know...
That character is me.
Oh, that's you. Okay. Okay. I had, like, sorry. It looked like that character. I was like, oh boy. What is going on here? Look, Pim, I don't think that we can help this guy. He's long gone. I'm sorry, this is just a funny photo. Not sure what this is though. Cube and gem. I don't know. I didn't know I just opened a Steven
Why,
Universe fan art. No, I'm kidding. Yowie. Nah. Let's see here. What am I looking at here? Can't I have mag? Okay. Oops. Oops. What is magma? Never heard of magma before. Interesting. Nice. Hold on. Sorry, I know that there's text here. I'm just too lazy to read right now. What? Best gay dad, yes. My god. Beautiful. We love the dads. In more ways than one.
Okay, so that blue guy is WBF. And the Magma is a drawing website. I'm making UI of 2 drawing websites.
Oh, okay. I see. Excuse me. Of course, of course we love ourselves some country humans. Sometimes. Yeah. Yes. Freaking... Sorry. I don't mean to, like, do such a jarring change, like, switching topic, but, yes. I don't know. Just generative stuff now will... What do you call it? Now there will be no Gen AI logos now on, like, on the stuff, and that's just gonna be, like... And, like, since corporate... Like, you know, it's already starting to be one thing with one corporate like, with a few corporate companies. Now, that means that now there's gonna be, like, this whole market where there's gonna be a bunch of people that will now look at a box and be like, okay, is this Gen AI? You know, it's like, oh, is this made by Gen AI? Is this like some lazy fuck that just like sat on their couch and, you know, didn't spend like any time making a good quality making a good product? And basically people will be like, okay, yeah, this I'll definitely take this item, right? That's good. That's a good thing. Things that just will now have a no AI logo, right?
Oh. Pounces on you.
Hi, Dina the Hyena. How was work? How was errands? How was your day in general? Hope it went well for you. Yeah, like, it just... Yeah, it's like it's good. There's like, this is starting to become a practice with AAA companies now, which, to be fair, that was the problem at first. And to be honest, I don't know if it's any regulation that happened or something like that, but the fact that this is a thing where now there will be like employees that make no Gen AI things and they have to have skills in order to make something.
OMG, how did you know I just got off of work? Psychic boyo alert.
Psychic boyo alert? No, I ask everybody that because I rather, you know, I just like to know your guys's, you know, your thing. You know, that's why I said, how was work? If you didn't work today, how was errands? If you didn't do errands today, how was your day in general? I hope it went well for you. Yeah, just to tell people about what's happened with their day so far, just in case they want to rant, because I very much know for anybody that works in customer service, like especially for anybody that has like a minimum wage job, ooh, they have some good stories. I work in minimum wage job. Like I still work in a minimum wage job, and I've been doing it for a decade, so I know how annoying it can be. So you know, if you want to rant about it, go for it. I am here to listen. Yes, but no, I'm kidding. Yeah, I'm glad. I'm glad that this whole thing is happening with AAA companies now, because that does look good for artists. I'm gonna be honest. That is a big W for artists. I don't, like I
Still,
said,
work was the first thing to yeah. However, I work at Culver's. Don't get me started on the great bathroom incident of 2024.
still work on was the first thing. So yeah, however I work. Oh yes. I have cleaned terrible fast food bathrooms many times, but instead it was a Burger King for quite a few years, for sure. I get where you're coming from.
It intentionally looks like an old school Nintendo seal of quality. I don't know if you remember those. It's not just a logo, but a promise about how the thing was made. This is interesting because it's not just a protest. It's a great new marketing angle.
Yes, and that's a good thing.
Tina the hyena, please tell me the incident.
Yeah, even if it's like, yeah, they're starting to they might recognize that the money like is not really showing up, and people are starting to choose to be.
I want to know the horrors.
I'm going to be completely honest. I'm gonna be completely honest with this entire thing, with this whole like Gen AI thing, right? Like, I'm gonna be completely honest with like what they're doing with this thing, right?
A crackhead left the bathroom naked while smoking on a glass pipe with a ball on the end. Long story short.
That's typical, you know, typical average day for the bathroom person. You know, you gotta at least have one crackhead every day, you know. If you don't, then things are going in the wrong direction, right?
However.
Oh. There's a however to this. Hold on, sorry.
Just hope that color honest about everything.
Just hope that color honest about everything. Hope that I'm honest about everything? What do you mean? If you're asking if I'm honest about like what do I call it? If you're asking like just
playing with you.
I was gonna say, I'm like, if you're asking that I'm just honest in general, I'm like, yeah.
When they left the bathroom, I went in to clean the bathroom, and let's just say the bathroom was every color but white.
Oh. Oh man. Oof. Yeah, amount of disinfectant that you had to use for that shit probably fucking sucked. Oh, you know what? You know what? I can do a different walk cycle. I don't have to.
Not a fun day for me.
Yeah, never is. I you know, like I completely get where you're coming from. So, believe me, I get it. I get exactly where you're coming from. Fucking, it's always a pain every time. Every time.
Usually used as a hype up the conversation.
I remember when, what do you call it? Usually I remember, what do you call it? I remember, when I used to have to try to, like, clean graffiti out of the bathroom because somebody decided to graffiti the bathroom. That was fun. Not the worst thing that I've had to clean up, though, I will say that. Frickin', you know. I also remember when, somebody got, like, drunk as fuck. Like, or we had, like, a really drunk person in our lobby, and, oh boy. Like, yeah, that person fuck up the bathroom heavily.
Was it good graffiti art?
AI, but more
was it good graffiti art? No, it was just, it was like, it just said penis, and then, like, balls, and then, like, and then, you know, XYZ person was here. It was a kid, it was like some teenager. It was like some kid that just graffitied the shit out of it. It was terrible, like, you know, I don't know. Like, he didn't really do any stylization. If there was, like, something something good, I would be
Cliche.
like, yeah.
Oh yeah, at LAST delinquents didn't carve an upside-down crucifix into the tiles on the wall.
At least delinquents didn't carve an upside-down crucifix into the wall. No, but somebody, what do you call it? Somebody, like, made twin towers, like, in the bathroom on our stall. That was interesting. It was also permanently etched into the freaking like bathroom stall thing, so that was fun. And I had to like scratch it out because it was the fucking Twin Towers. It was like not that it was Twin Tower, like because it was like they did the Twin Towers scene. That was neat, but like at the same time, I guarantee it was for bad reasons. That at least was entertaining, to say the least. So.
Importantly, if everyone uses AI for everything, doing things manually with real humans is now a real differentiator. And you should make the most out of it as well. And the reason this news hits so hard is because the rest of the industry is sprinting in the exact opposite direction. Nexon is experimenting with AI across development, and their CEO is openly saying we should just assume everyone is using it. Ubisoft is building AI tools like Ghostwriter and Neo NPC teammates, and their leadership literally compares AI to the jump from 2D to 3D. So a fundamental shift they expect
I mean, it's already...
Dude, the bathrooms at schools have some crazy convos written on the walls. Or it's just something like fuck you or a doodle.
I don't know why...
That's just purely disrespectful to our country and the lives lost in 9/11.
Yeah. It's always been like that, though. There's always been 9/11 jokes, to be honest. 9/11 jokes, JFK assassination, what else? Being poor, obviously. Now their SNAP benefit thing is being used as a joke, but like, I don't know. A lot of things are being used as jokes, but it depends on the context, like you said. You know, if the people are at least being respectful towards the people that fucking died, then it's fine, right? You know, there's always, because like,
Dark humor.
I know you weren't here earlier, but literally near the beginning of the stream where we were talking about 9/11 and like how Gilbert Gottfried was like the first person to ever bring like a 9/11 joke. And
wasn't JFK a bad person? Or am I thinking of someone else?
I mean, he whined like a baby a lot to Cuba, and almost got us blown up by Cuban missiles because he pointed fucking missiles at Cuba first, which sucks ass. But you know, whatever. And not funny enough, not the worst thing United States presidents have ever done. But other than that, he did do a lot of good things, which is the reason why he got shot. What do you call it? But yeah, with the 9/11 thing, what do you call it? Yeah, Gilbert Gottfried was like the first person that ever made like a 9/11 joke, and like, but when they asked him like why he made that joke in the first place,
I was born a few months after 9/11 apparently. Not sure how I feel about that.
He gave what do you call it? He gave a pretty good how you say it? He gave a pretty good like explanation on that, and he said what do you call it? He said it's like, yeah,
creative thinking with the butterfly effect.
He said that it was something along the lines of like, yeah, the victims would have wanted people to be more humorous and to, you know, not take the terrorists seriously, because if you take them seriously, the terrorists have won, and the victim, and it shows more that it shows more respect to the victims themselves, which honestly, that is a good explanation, right? You know, like, it's true. You don't get, like, it's like with a serial killer, right? You make fun of the serial killer and don't take him seriously ever, because if you start taking him seriously, they have won. That's what they want. They want the attention, but they don't want the bad attention.
I was born on March 16th, 2002, while 9/11 occurred in 2001.
Yeah, I was born before the Twin Towers collapsed, so welcome. Yeah. If you were born in 2002, then yeah, you probably know everything about like when we were in schools and they would teach you all about 9/11 all the time. Teach you about like so many fucking things, like talking about terrorists was such a big thing in back then, bro. They would teach you about that shit all the time. Yeah. The good news is, because that also existed, they really like teaching you about like civil rights and shit, so that was good. That was really, really good. Civil rights and fucking terrorism and like any like thing that was like born USA, you know?
Yeah, it was kinda almost like a broken record.
Yeah, it was. And to be honest, I'm not gonna lie, that's probably a good thing.
It's a prank, bro.
I just kind of wish that, like, you know, but then unfortunately, like, in schools they taught you just about that shit, but then outside of the schools, my God, was everybody just very racist. Like, Jesus Christ. So there was too many racist people though out and about that were like these damn Muslims, and I'm like, bitch, like what the fuck are you talking about? I'm like, it's not, it's like the people living here are the good people. It's like they're the Americans. The people that attacked us were not American. It's like don't be like talking about Muslim Americans. They're the good guys. It's like Jewish Americans, right? Jewish Americans are the good people. Like, not fucking, you know, these jackasses. It's kind of the funny, it's especially like, God, dude, even like the Mexican thing, man. It's like, oh, well, the cartel. I'm like, bitch, the Mexican Americans are the good Americans. It's like the Mexican Americans are the good guys. It's like, guess what? The fucking lady that's like pregnant with a child, they're the good guys.
Don't be a racist. I am building.
Don't be racist. I am a building. Sorry. I don't know, man. It's like fucking racism is such a fucking ridiculous thing. Like, I don't know. The only reason why why we also, like, I don't know. I'm gonna be honest. It's like, I really, the unfortunate thing is racism is fucking thriving here because of the fact that, like, that we don't have people constantly, like, is because of the fact that, like, you know, we don't have people giving both sides of a conversation, right? Because, like, we have the racist jackasses, like, because when I was a kid, right, we had the racist jackasses, but then we had, like, the Hispanic people that were, like, building our fucking buildings, and, like, and they're, like, sweating their asses off, and, you know, just, like, being casual, normal, everyday people, like, shopping like we do, like, you know, working like we do, like, talking like we, like, you know, fucking, obviously, like, you know, like, being, I mean, I'm gonna be honest, people spoke English a lot better now than, or spoke English back then better than they probably do now. They actually, but again, that's not a bad thing, you know. It's like, we need to learn a second language anyway, because every other country learns 2 languages. So it's like, you know, it wasn't like, and then, you know, they drove fucking cars like we do. I don't know. It was like their culture, like and then they brought like Mexican culture here, which is like made things even better. It's like, I don't know. Things were positive. Like, things brought here were positive. And the only reason, and the problem is, the only people that had a fucking problem with them was the fucking Texas immigrants that came from Texas to Arizona. I hate Texas people so much. It's the reason why they, like, went to fucking, it's the reason why their state is absolute shit right now. Sorry. Anyway, okay, I'm sorry. All right, I'm sorry. I'm getting way too into the racist shit. Anyway, all right. I'm getting way into attacking racist people. I mean, you know what? No, I mean, not the racist. It's not because of the racist people. I'm just getting fucking political. Let me get out of there. I'm sorry. All right. I'm backing up. I'm backing up. I promise. Sorry. This is about fucking positive. This is a video that we're watching that's a positive news
You
on
have to be asleep
the
to
art
get the American
industry.
dream.
Be asleep to get the American dream. Yeah, exactly. All right. We have a positive thing happening. All right. The art industry is going to be, like, people having standards is saving the art industry. Let's go. All right.
Everyone to adopt. EA has also partnered with Stability AI to build Gen AI tools for assets and environments, and the pitch is faster production,
And we
cheaper
already knew
iteration,
that.
and more content. A former PlayStation executive, Shuhei Yoshida, has also said that AI is already used in all aspects of game development, from concept art to level design.
Yeah, and this is the, I want to call it, this is the people that have tried to fucking shove AI into everything, and everybody going like, wow, this is shit. It's like, this sucks.
and he expects future games to ship with AI agents just as a standard feature. So what you've got now is big publishers saying AI is everywhere, this is the future, and a bunch of small studios quietly just opting out entirely. And that contrast is the whole story. So the promise that something was made without AI is now a
Yeah, and this is why indie animation is getting more and more powerful every day. To be honest, the funniest thing is, ever since corporations decide to be like get cheaper and cheaper and start like putting more and more things overseas, like the people here just went, okay, then we'll just make our own things. And now we're more successful than we've ever been with them because we like literally have made more things than them. It's like we made more things successfully by paying people what they're worth. And funny enough, because of that creates good worth ethic. And yeah, sure, maybe there's crunch culture, but there's crunch culture by choice. And fortunately, that's made really good, higher quality products. Like by
you know that one Gravity Falls meme where it's like, wow, this is useless.
Yes, exactly. Wow, this is worthless. Yeah, that one. I know exactly which one you're talking about. Yes, that's pretty much what happened. It's like companies like decided to fire us and thought that we just weren't gonna keep making shit and make better stuff. If anything, our lives have gotten better, not worse. Including mine. I've had more attention because of this AI shit. Like, I've gotten way more attention and way more dedicated of a crowd because of AI. It's like, yeah, sure, there's a bunch of slop on the internet, but like, I've gotten more people that look at my stuff than ever before. It's like, with now hearing that I'm an artist, people like look at me like I'm more of a rarity than I will ever be and start to be like this rare gem, even though that's not true. Like if anything, artists have exploded even more than they've ever done before. If anything, I'm seeing even more artists than I've seen before this AI thing existed. It's like, if anything, the artists were decreasing a lot more previously, and now they're increasing like heavily again. And I think that's a good thing. Like, obviously it could be, it's already packed to high hell, but at the same time, like, I don't think it's a bad thing seeing the, future youth be like, be interested in art. Like, how many times I've seen fucking my first video on the daily on my recommended page, and it's an artist, and it's like some kid that's like being like, that's making art. I have literally day by day by day by day, there's like so many videos just titled my first video that is just an artist, and people that were inspired by other artists, and that's a beautiful thing. There are more people that are
art. With great power comes great responsibility.
Yeah, exactly. It's just, yeah, that. Pretty much. It's crazy, and I'm so glad that it exists, right? I'm glad that it is around. So I'm like, I'm glad that freaking artists are just always in, I'm glad that artists are always here, right? Like, or I'm glad that artists, like, still are becoming a thing. I'm glad, like, funny enough, this is kind of the reason why, like, I was talking about K-pop Demon Hunters, right? The fact that, like, newer gens, like, younger gens, like K-pop Demon Hunters, and, like, that's their next obsession, just shows the fact that they still like art over slop. And that's a good thing, right? Obviously there's gonna be people that are obsessed with slop, but they're far,
Do you remember me?
far. Hi, Vantastep. How you doing? How was work? If you didn't work today, how was errands? And if you didn't do errands today, how was your day in general? And I do not. I'm sorry. You're gonna have to remind me. I apologize. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, man. With like I said, like, the fact that teenagers, like, because teenagers always have this, like, obsession with, like, things, right? But the fact that, like, in the AI age right now, like, teenagers are...
Me and you spoke about AI in the furry community.
Yeah. Yeah, and you spoke about AI in the furry community. Oh, yeah. Okay. So you were here 2 days ago, I think? So yeah, I remember that conversation. What do you call it? funny enough, we're actually talking about that right now. You came in at the perfect time. Yeah, I mean, like, the fact that, like, freaking, like, in the AI age, we still have we have teenagers that really like K-pop Demon Hunters, like, is just showing the fact that even with all the AI slop happening around, teenagers still, like, even the youth still really like art made by a human. They still prefer art made by a human because of the fact that because it actually relates to the younger generation. I don't know what is relatable about it, but that's okay. I'm not the youth, right? And that's completely fine. Like, and I think that's such a good sign that younger generation people, like, actually, or that younger, that the youth still like human-made art and still are willing to take the time, effort, and energy to be interested in that type of thing. That is a good thing, and that should be a thing, right? I'm glad that still hasn't died yet, because, and I'm not saying yet. I'm just saying it's like, I'm not saying yet either. That's just a bad way of looking at things, but it's like...
Can I see the animation so far?
Not really, because I'm kind of... I showed it yesterday, and I'm still not very far in, so I'm sorry. Yeah, I don't know. I'm glad. Like, honestly, I mean, I've watched K-pop Demon Hunters. I think it's good. I just think it's really meant for teenagers, but again, those are the people that really like it, and that's okay. I'm like, I am so happy with the fact that, I'm so happy with the fact that the youth still really enjoy art, and that's a beautiful thing, right? And I'm glad that...
What software is this? I tried using OpenTunes yesterday and it was fun.
OpenTunes? This is Adobe. I'm using classic Adobe. So, it's not, it's Adobe Animate. Like, yeah, it's not, I will say this is very old school. So it's like, if you want some, like, there's apparently other things that are better now. So I would recommend other things now, considering the fact that, like, people are using things other than Adobe.
Every generation before becomes irrelevant to the ones tomorrow to some.
Every generation before becomes irrelevant to the ones tomorrow to some. Yeah, well, and that's what I'm saying, though. Like, but this is that's the crazy thing about it. Like, I'm thinking it's like Gen Alpha and the later half of Zoomers that are like that right now. So we have to wait till another generation for shit like that to be, to see if it infects the next one. And so far, it doesn't seem like it's doing that. Like, don't get me wrong, there's still a percentage of people that, like, really, there's still a percentage of people that are obsessed with fucking Gen AI, but they're only obsessed with the technology. They're not obsessed with, like, what is actually happening, right? Like, I'm gonna be honest here. It feels like NFTs. That's what it feels like, right? Don't get me wrong, I think this is gonna stay longer than NFTs, but the only reason why people are, like, watching this slop, right, is because of the fact that it's like the NFT bros. It's a crypto grift, right? And they're only watching it because they like, they're coping with themselves to be like, oh yeah, well, dude, this is totally something I want to watch because
my niece and
it's
nephew
like...
are ruling the future some point. Someone kill me.
Hold on. My niece and nephew are ruling the future some point. Someone kill me. Yeah, I mean, you think that it's bad, but I don't know. I feel like...
I can tell you right now, I am in multiple AI leak forums and Discord servers. They don't care about what they generate, they are just tech brothers who work very hard jobs who are just interested by it.
Work very hard jobs that are very...
That's the real AI fans.
Yeah, well, they're obsessed with technology, right? And that's fine, right? It's okay to be obsessed with, like, generative technology. It's just the problem is these guys tapped in, like, these guys are trying to bust the door into the art industry, like, into artists. And artists are usually very friendly to people, but, like, it's like usually we're very friendly to a lot of people. The difference is this time, like, I made a tweet about something. Hold on. Let me let me like I know that I'm going to Twitter, but like there was somebody I was responding to with Twitter, and I need to find it because there was a reply that I had that was like perfectly replicates what this is. Hold on. I'm sorry, I retweeted a lot of artists. My bad. Okay, nope. Sorry. Oh my god, there's so many people that are acting like toddlers. Where the fuck is it? Sorry, I retweet a lot of art. Hold on. Oops. Whoops. Whoops. God damn it. You know what? Maybe it was because I fucking blocked the person because they're being a dipshit. God damn it. Maybe it's in my Google Doc? Let me see. Probably not, but let's find out. Nobody updated the shrimp list. Good to know. Nope. Oh yeah, here it is. Okay. I put it in a Google Doc because I like had to take a picture of it. Yeah, this is what I responded to. I can't remember what the person said before, but they were talking about like the technology, right? Like how people said that about photography, and how people said like, oh, digital artists used to do that, or traditional artists used to do that to digital artists. Like they said that digital artists used to be or traditional artists used to be offended by traditional artists used to be offended by digital artists because the digital artists because then like digital artists like were pissed off about that, right?
The people in the AI servers that I interact with are like senior level developers and programmers, and they actually know and understand what AI is and how it's made, etc. The other 99% of AI users
That's fair enough.
just use it as a tool or for fun.
Yeah, I mean it's fine if it's a tool, right? But again, the way that Gen AI is not a tool. Generative
Then there's the other percent that do it for rage bait.
Yeah, generative AI is just garbage, right? You just generate something and it does it all for you. It's not very great. But then there is the interpretive AI, which gets rid of the boring work, like animating like a walk cycle, right? Like, okay.
What about the way Doug uses AI?
The way that he uses it creatively. I don't it's shitposty. Let me say that. He does it like a shitpost as well, right? He falls into the shitpost category, right? I don't mind shitposters using it. I don't mind shitposters that make stupid shit on the internet because they're not pretending to be an artist. Doug isn't pretending to be an artist. He's a engineer he's an IT engineer. And it's like, so, and he doesn't pretend not to be. He's a content creator, but he doesn't pretend to be an artist. Very different.
Oh, Tim, I thought you would have a strong opinion against it, but ALR.
No, he doesn't pretend to be an artist, and that's completely fine. Here's the difference. Doug respects artists. It's like Doug respects artists. Like, AI, like these AI guy, like these fucking other AI guys straight up don't respect us, and that's the problem, right? It's like it takes respect to be able to be a part of a community.
Like I said, the only people who pretend to be artists is like 1% of the people who use AI. The reason it seems like a lot of them do this is because these people post about it and it gets traction.
Well, funny enough, there's a statistic that apparently about like 16% of the fucking population actually uses it, which is insane. But then there's 75% of people that really don't like AI. 75%.
And then you see the views and likes on a post like that and think all AI fans do that.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's every content creator does crazy shit for engagement. It's like, this is the problem. Artists that you see that have the most engagement usually are not actually like the like artists, they're the artifice artists, right? Because usually stuff that tends to take a lot of time, effort, energy, and is usually more impressive is the stuff that gets less views, less likes, less engagement. It's been like that for a long time, right? It's been like that for, like, not a long time. It's been like that for a while, right? Like, when it started, it wasn't like that, but nowadays, yeah, of course it is. Like, it's just because the real, like, it's about being an artist, not being a content creator, right? An artist has to, like, takes time, effort, energy to animate something and then have a purpose to animate it, right? When you have something like Freedom Tunes or something like, you know, or even, I wouldn't say Meat Canyon falls into that category because he does genuinely try, like, something a little bit more creative. But, like, when you have, like, something like Freedom Tunes or, hell, even Jazza by this point, like, you end up getting people that, like, make something that might have a purpose, but it doesn't really have, like, the creative edge to it, right? They're not really trying to be creative with it. They're just kind of saying a bunch of surface level shit. Which, again, is fine, but by that point, that's artifice. That's not art, you know? And like I said, I mean, you could count it as art, but it's not necessarily doing anything, if that makes any sense. It's not saying doing anything. None of it usually does, but it's not necessarily... How do I say it? It's like, it's just politics, and then, like, he says very surface level things with, like, high-end assumptions, and not really necessarily challenging. Is video diary art? It could be, depending on how you utilize it. Commentary can be art, right? But the problem is you have to actually, like, put yourself into it. You have to, like, have some way of challenging something, right? You have to have, like, a perspective and a challenge, and, like, not just making shit just to make shit, right? You know?
If you do art, it should be for fun only, and if it's for fun, you won't feel threatened by a tool that automates it. For example, AI at this point perfectly does music production, but I don't care.
Well, the reason why artists shit on AI guys so much is because...
I am a music producer with years of experience and connections.
Yeah.
It's challenging itself.
Well, the AI dudes just, like, get made fun of by artists so much is because of the fact that they're just...
And it doesn't even cross my mind because I only do it for fun.
It's because they disrespect us. That's the reason why we make fun of them. If they just stood in their own little place and, you know, it steals our shit, for one. Like, and then there are people that are, like, defending these greedy CEOs, right? They're defending giant greedy corporations, just like how some gamers used to, like, defend, like, you know, giant corporation, like, defend Nintendo for lawsuits, right? Like, people just are corporate shills, right? They love sucking corporate dick. They love being a slave, you know? They love being a slave. Like, we call those behaving slaves, right? Like, it's the same shit, just different place, right? There's always gonna be people that will, like, be fucking snitches, right? And those guys are the definite snitches, right? They're slaves, and they like being slaves. And, like, you know, it's like, it's crazy to me, right? Most people don't like being slaves, but these guys, oh, they fucking totally love being slaves.
It's on both sides. AI is a tool that can get rid of Hollywood because of what production costs used to be and what it will be in the future. Anyone will be able to make a solid, good, valid movie soon. For very cheapo.
That's the problem, though. That's called being a cheap ass. It's fine. Like, nobody was complaining about, like, a Hollywood movie being high in production. Like, the cost was paying us, the artists, to make shit that we wanted to. But again, yes, at the same fucking time, they also, like, it also eliminates the fact of, like, us making the garbage, but the paycheck that we got, we put back into our art to make our own stuff later because we actually put our own passion into it. There were some projects that, sure, we got freedom with, but sometimes we didn't. But that was, you know, the reason why we got the paycheck to pay for that in the future, right? Like, a lot of the artists had families, and now all of a sudden, a lot of those families probably aren't going to be able to eat for a bit, or it's going to be a lot more challenging now. It sucks for the people that just do it, like, for the sake of doing it now, because now it's like everybody has to scramble to do something different, right? It's being like, commissioning somebody and then, like, using AI instead of commissioning someone is just being a cheap ass. You're being a cheap ass, especially for furries. Like I've said this before, but like when you know, good artists copy, great artists steal. Yeah, I mean, not even that, right? It's one of those things where it's like when a furry like used to commission like another artist, right? That was a furry artist, right? They could afford it. IT guys make a lot of fucking money. And I mean a lot of money. They are rolling in dough. They can afford like some heavy, like fucking like expensive fursuits. So it's no surprise that they could pay fucking $30 for a fucking art piece, right? You know, it's no surprise that they could pay for like really good art, right? It's like, and the fact that they use some of them use AI now just shows that they're being cheap. And it shows that they're being cheap and they're being greedy because they can afford it, right? Like they can afford it and they know they can afford it. They have the extra income for it, but they choose not to because they just want to be a greedy piece of shit. And it's highly disrespectful to us. It's like, it's one of those things. It's the reason why, like, we just, if you ain't gonna respect us, we're not gonna respect you. Simple as that, you know? And it's not just the people that draw illustrations, you know, it disrespects voice actors, it disrespects photographers, it disrespects painters, it disrespects sculptors, it disrespects obviously animators, it disrespects even just traditional, like, you know, it disrespects traditional artists, it disrespects everyone in the art community. You make an enemy out of us, we're going to fucking definitely do something about it. Like, don't touch our fucking passion. We're passionate about this shit. We're not gonna let you touch that shit, period. You know. So what is your real opinion on it? Because all blockbuster films cost hundreds of millions of dollars to make? Yeah, here's the fucking problem. You want to know why it costs that much? Because they pay for fucking celebrities because they pay for fucking A-list celebrities rather than paying for the fucking artists themselves. Artists have always been cheap. I'll tell you that. We have never been paid that much. We've been paid enough to pay for our food, and that's it. We've always been paid under minimum wage. That's how it's always been, and that's fine. Like it's not fine in general, but like we're fine with it because of the fact that we get to do something that we love doing. It's like a teacher. You don't usually people that like used to teach only taught because they like, you know, they like teaching kids. They didn't, you know, they weren't like, you know, they weren't in it for the paycheck because they would get a better paycheck elsewhere, right? That's how that would be. They would pay fucking A-list voice actor, or they pay A-list celebrities to do shit when most likely most people probably are way better than them anyway. That's where the millions of dollars came in, because they're paying celebrities X, Y, and Z, like, you know, millions of dollars just to do this shit, right? And it's just stupid as fuck. It's just dumb as fuck, and like, it's so unnecessary. Let's see, Victor of it, you are an artist, but I can make it so the artist can be the director and evasion. Here's the problem. We are the writers. We are the like, here's the thing. Sometimes we aren't the writers. Writers are paid just as much as we are. If they get paid a little more, then sure, they might get paid just a teeny bit more than us, but they've always gotten paid shit too. Like writers, artists, writers, animators, VFX artists, like like any voice actors that aren't A-list celebrities. Ooh boy, did they get paid jack shit. We don't get paid that much. Like, I will tell you that. We didn't get paid jack shit in the first place. I've been there, done that. Like, I'm there. I know that we don't get paid anything. Yeah, it's ridiculous as shit. Because, like, we didn't need AI to make shit cheap. We needed corporations to just not pay A-list celebrities. Simple as that. Don't pay A-list celebrities. Pay people that actually can voice act and do the roles that they're voice acted for, right? It's celebrity, it's fame, it's content creation, it's people that have gotten fame and attention that get this kind of, that like are used as voice actors, you know? oh, but that gets people in this, that gets people's butts in the seats. Does it? Because guess what? If that wasn't a thing, people would still go to movies. You know, people would still go to movies. Like, the only reason why these people are going now is because of the fact that celebrities exist. If Hollywood was burned to this day, no one would care. I'll tell you that. No one would care. If these AI data centers got blown up to smithereens, no one would care. Because it would not affect us one bit. It would just give us more of an advantage. Simple as that. On artist jobs, in terms of commissions, you aren't owed money just because you learned a skill. Let me tell you a little something about skills, by the way. You could say an HVAC person or a landscaper is not worth the money. And you could say like a desk worker isn't owed the money just because they learned a skill. You could say a financial advisor or a insurance agent or a car salesman is not, or a fucking, let's be frank here, a real estate agent doesn't deserve the money just because they learned a skill. That's like saying nepo babies deserve their money because they were born. Nah. I don't care what you say. That's highly false. That's highly false. They want you to believe that, but that's just corporate dribble. That's taught you like nothing other than to be loyal to giant corporations. Like they want you to be a slave, and they've definitely convinced you that you should be. That's like that, you know, if you actually look at the stats, everybody should be at least at bare minimum be paid like fucking $90 a fucking hour apparently, or some shit like that, which is insane. Like, that's with US economy if it actually was balanced and fair. So I'm like, you know, you get back to me on that and we'll like, you know, I will go there. That's the catch with that job, because it's fully subjective. It's really not. It's really not. Art has been here since caveman times, dude. It's been here since the beginning, and we've always needed it in some way, shape, or form, because if not, we turn into Nazis. Artists challenge everything, and like, you know, artists teaching, like anything that involves education. We are not education, but we pass the message along for educators. Like, we challenge ideas, we challenge critical thinking, we challenge beliefs, we challenge things that actually, like, you know, that people typically wouldn't think about in the first place. That's why we exist, you know. An objective job is like working as a farmer where you are needed no matter what, because food isn't optional. Neither is art, neither is education. Like, everything's optional. But here's the problem. Like, everything's optional, but, you know, sometimes, you know, they want you to be a slave in a specific way, right? Because they could just feed the people that, they could choose to feed people that, you know, are loyal to them, which they are doing, obviously. But, you know, it's you that you are fine, but you are not fine. Yeah, but that won't ever change, lol. So if you wanted to direct, I mean, you say that it won't change, but here's the thing. Revolutions have existed before. Like, I live in a country that literally started because of that shit, right? You know, I live in a country that's known for having multiple revolutions. You know, I'm the very people that are oppressing us are the very people that started a revolution in the first place. There's hundreds of people that have been killed because of, you know, for peace. And you know, now it's our turn, right? History can be whatever we want it to be. You know, you just have to get enough people to do that. Unfortunately, it requires about 4% of the population, which, yes, is possible. But again, you have to, like, again, it's kind of, you know, it's really hard when, you know, social media exists, right? It's really hard when algorithms try to make sure that you don't do anything. It's possible, and it will happen. You know, Nepal did it. It's very realistic. It's just the problem is you just have to be the right person to do it, right? You know, I mean, shit. That's how Nazis do it, man. They use social media to gather. So now it's just our turn, right? You just have to do it correctly. So, yeah, but that let's see. You wanted to direct an envision a movie, you're blacklisted in Hollywood no matter what. I mean, who the fuck cares? I'm sorry, they don't get to make the decision on that. We do. So AI opens the gate for something like that. It doesn't though. It really doesn't. Generative AI is so useless in art. I will tell you that. It is interpretive AI is very useful for artists because it gets rid of like, walk cycles. Like it makes sure that you don't have to do like walk cycles or the boring parts of animation and you get to do all the fun parts. Anyone can make art, but not anyone can just fix an elevator. Debatable. Very debatable. But that also brings me to my next point. Here's the thing. Art has such a, like you just proved my exact point. Art has such a low bar that you don't need AI. Simple as that. You don't need AI for art. If art has such a low bar, which it does, why do you need a machine to do it for you then? Honestly, why do you need that shit? Nobody asked for generative AI, right? Nobody asked for AI to do art, right? Nobody's asked that shit, A revolution can't change the production cost of a blockbuster movie. Let me tell you one thing, buddy. It's called Luddites. Luddites used to, like, there's a history where Luddites literally destroyed the, like, factories because of the fact that, like, they destroyed factories and changed the aspect of making sure that workers had to be involved in some way, shape, or form to be able to make cotton, to be able to make, like, t-shirts and shit. And it worked. Like, the Luddites were the good guys back in the day. They want to make you think that Luddites were, like, people that, like, didn't want to, like, build progress. Guess what? They've always been the good guys. They were against giant corporations even back then. Corporations used to, like, hire children to work these machines to make, like, cotton, like, to make, like, very low quality products, right? And it worked. And it worked for a bit, but then guess what? The Luddites came out and they said, no, fuck your factories. We want higher quality products. And therefore, they came together, destroyed the machines, and forced those workers to then give compensation, or force like these companies to stop being cheap asses and stop fucking up the children, and instead make sure that they can actually, make sure that people actually could, survive in that economy. And therefore, that's when they start offering jobs to those people instead. And there you go. Revolutions have always been possible, especially in fucking, how do you say it? Especially in, like, how do you call it? Especially in America. It's always been a thing. I'll answer this, and let's be peaceful, of course. Would it be better to pause a development towards a better way of life? What are you talking about? What better way of life? What are you talking about, dude? What better life? What's one thing that, like, okay, here's the thing. If you're talking about medicine and doctor and stuff, that's not generative. That's not Gen AI. And if it is, you damn well know I'm not talking about that. People damn well know I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about art specifically. Like, what kind of things in generative AI, like, helps artists? This is kind of where the distance, this is kind of where, like, the split, like, this is kind of where, like, a lot of people don't know a lot of things about art because they don't have to. Like, artists never needed a robot to do anything. And to be honest, they like hard work. And Gen AI will never go away, so why cause the conflict? Because people have to pay their bills. Here's the problem. We don't like corporations. We don't like Nazis. let me tell you a little funny thing. Nazis would have killed for generative AI. You want to know why? Because it doesn't go against anything that they do. It just does anything you want. It is blatant Nazism. If you generate something, you have no human touch or input with it. It encourages people to be gray, to be non-expressive, to not learn a hobby, to just be like a loyal soldier, right? I'm gonna tell you a little funny thing about this. I have a friend that actually was using Gen AI, right? He was using Gen AI to put his OC in like weird scenarios, right? Here's the to put it in like scenarios, right? And like to make his OC do things, right? And so I criticized him for it. I'm like, okay, why didn't you just draw it yourself? And he's like, oh, well, it speeds up the process so much. And I'm like, yeah, but you can draw. So why, it looks just awful. It doesn't match your art style at all. And he goes like, oh, well, it just makes me happy. And I'm like, and how does it make you happy? And he's like, oh, because I generated it and it puts my OC in that. I'm like, okay, but why? Like, do you have, like, is that your hobby? Is that like a good hobby to have, And, he didn't really have an actual answer for it. And I told him, hey, what are like the hobbies that you liked? And he said, oh, well, I like building trucks, right? Not trucks. He likes building like toy cars, right? And basically, he said that, and basically, like, he sent me a picture of like his toy car. And I'm like, okay, why don't you do that? What do I call it? Respectfully, bro, I need to let you know, like, I'm not trying to be disrespectful at all when I say this, but you have too many logical fallacies. That's the problem. Art isn't logical. There's your problem there. You're trying to think logically. Art isn't logical. The way you deliver an argument, you come off as incredibly smug, passive-aggressive, pretentious Redditor. So does Asmongold. So does Asmongold. I'm not being pretentious at all. I'm just being factual. Here's the problem. I use decisive evidence. I am a professional. You're calling me smug, but the problem is I have a reason to be smug. I have a reason to act this way. I am an artist. I am somebody that has a graphic design degree. I have the professionality behind me. Who's Asmongold? Good. You shouldn't know him. He's a fucking pro AI degenerate politic asshole. He's a Nazi. I mean, he's not a Nazi. He's a dude that like pushes a lot of Confederate like rhetoric. I'll tell you that. He's a dude that pushes a lot of like right-wing like grifting. He's a grifter. He's a grifter, he's a scammer, he's a content creator. Like, he's a fucking shitty content creator. He's apparently the number 5 most largest content creator ever. He sucks. I'll tell you that. He sucks ass, and he uses this thing called he tries to act like he tries to pretend like what he says is quote-unquote common sense. That type of shit, right? When in reality, it's nothing even close to common sense. But of course, he says the most basic surface level shit, so people actually, follow him. And it works. People are stupid. It works. So he's just a jackass. But of course, people, like fuel their own ego by listening to him because, people like hearing about, different things different things. People like hearing about their own perspective and don't want to actually get out of their bubble than than not get out of their bubble, they rather stay in their bubble than get out of their bubble. Yeah, but in reality, when as I said, I come off in why you would be inclined to agree with you. Sorry, what? What are you talking about? Yeah, but in reality, when you, as I said, come off in a way previously described, why would anyone be inclined to agree with you? People do agree with me. That's the problem. People do agree with me. Because I'm a professional in art. You don't have to agree with me in other things, but specifically art, I'm not going to budge on. It's just because I'm right. There's nothing else, dude. Like, it's just because I'm correct. Like, I don't have to, you know, I literally, there's thousands of years of evidence behind me. I have evidence, the evidence is already there. I don't have to do anything other than the evidence being there already, right? The evidence already exists. And you're aware of it, you know. People are aware of all of the art that existed before. I don't need to pretend like, you know, I don't need to pretend like people are there. Yeah, but people who already were artists, most likely. But let's say I was a mega pro AI person and I used Gen AI every day. Why would I want to agree with somebody? You wouldn't, because you're too brainwashed. You'd be brainwashed by that shit. I'm not trying, you know, I'm not here to convince anybody. I don't really care. That's the problem. I don't really care. If you're somebody that is so too far gone into like Nazi propaganda, I'm not going to be able to fix that. A therapist will do that for me. You know? Like, I'm not, you know, I only am interested in the people that actually, like, I can save, not the people that I can't. Because if you're so pro Gen AI, like generative AI specifically, you're into Nazi shit. Like, it's just simple as that, you know? They come here to rage bait. Oh yeah, for sure. You know. Like I said, I'm not, you know, I don't give those guys the light of day because they don't think for themselves. Here's the difference. You think for yourself. They don't. That's the problem. They don't think for themselves. They're willing to be slaves, and I'm not, and, you know, I can't convince everybody. Just like how slaves used to be, but how is that being a Nazi? Because you're conforming to like what they want you to be, right? Like, why do you think our president uses that? That's a giant generalization. It's a generalization that's true. That's the problem. Why do you think our president uses that shit? And is super disrespectful to lots of people? Good! They're Nazis! It should be disrespectful. I'm not gonna respect a Nazi! Why should, like, they're disrespecting us for one, and for two, they're trying to get rid of people's creativity. That's not a good thing. That's Nazi shit. Like, Nazi propaganda was trying to make sure people would never stray away from would never stray away from thinking differently, right? AI makes you think in the same way as everybody else. That's bad. You don't do that, you know? It's like, you just don't do that. It's like, I'm sorry, but I don't like Nazis. I'm supposed to be disrespectful towards Nazis because I'm an American. That's an American way to think. I'm sorry to say it, but it's like, that's like, you know, I'm like, sorry, not sorry to say it. I'm American. I hate Nazis. That's a common thing. That should be a thing amongst a lot of people. That's like, AI is Nazi shit. I don't care what you say. I mean, dude, lots of people who use Gen AI could also be incredibly gifted. No, they can't. No, they can't. Sorry, you're right. Sorry. No. Sorry, let me dial it back a little bit. You're right. They can be incredibly gifted, but they choose not to use their gifts. Let me say that. They choose not to use their gifts. They choose not to use their skills. They choose not to be creative. They choose not to 3D model. They choose not to learn these skills. Why would I totally be okay with a guy that's just lazy on the couch eating fucking potato chips when there's a person perfectly willing to take time and effort to respect me as a customer? Let me say that, because here's the thing. Artists respect you as a customer. They don't they respect you as like a viewer, as a person that looks at their stuff, as a person that watches their stuff, as a person that is interested in their stuff. They respect you as the person. They respect you enough to understand that you understand these challenging things. They make you think. An AI grifter just is in it for money. They're just in it for the income, right? Shitposters don't do that shit. Shitposters just put themselves off to the side and, like, yeah, sure, they generate AI shit, but guess what? They don't care. Like, but guess what? They aren't pretending to be artists. They aren't pretending to be us. They're pretending to be, they aren't trying to like steal fucking money from us. They aren't stealing our content on purpose. And if they are, they're respectful about it. That's the problem. It's just respect. If they can respect us, we will respect them. But they are not doing that right now. Let's see. No, I said they have done those skills, but Gen AI for that skill. But that's the problem. Gen AI isn't used for that skill. Interpretive AI is. There's multiple different types of AI. The generative AI thing is just typing in a little prompt and then it does it for you. And you do nothing. That's the problem. You do nothing else. That's not hard work. That's not doing anything. That's not expressing yourself because the robot does it for you. Like, that's not, you don't use any brain power. Like, when you read a book, the person that wrote that book took time, effort, energy to like set up a plot, set up a background, set up a time, set up like, they took time, effort, energy to make a protagonist, to make like side characters and what their backstory is, trying to make like, you know, trying to make interactions important, trying to make the environment against them, trying to make like, or trying to create an environment, trying to create like the time period that it's in and trying to create the struggle and the, like, it's a lot. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of work to put in. Let's see. Let's see. But Gen AI for a skill they don't have in due time. Hey, guess what? Not everybody starts out as Picasso. Not everybody starts out as Picasso. And that's like, you know, not everybody starts out as Vincent van Gogh. You know, Vincent van Gogh wasn't even known until after he died. You know, that's a celebrity thing. You know, not everybody, you know, you're supposed to struggle. That's the point. When you do construction, you don't just immediately just have a robot build a fucking piece of construction out of other houses and put it together. It's like they do hard work and effort, and it's a long, lengthy process. You gotta have people make the blueprints. You gotta have people build the house. Like, you gotta have people that have specialty in whatever they do to build the house, right? You have so many people that actually are required to do these things, and not everybody starts good at it, right? You gotta teach people things, and that's using your brain. That's independent thinking. That's free thinking. That's the reason why art exists, is to think freely. If you don't, you're falling into Nazism. It's not good. So I understand, and that is my point. What is your point? Please read my full message here. If I was super tired and didn't have more time or money to hire somebody, then don't do it. Simple as that. You don't need to generate art. You know, okay, let me ask this. Before generative AI existed, were you doing that already? Like, were you already doing that before? Let me ask that. Were you even interested in art way before this? Let me ask this. Were you even interested in this? Can you be more specific? No, that's literally what that is. Were you, like, before generative AI existed, before this whole thing existed, were you interested in making art before? Let me say that. Were you interested in that?
Yes, I am a music producer for multiple years with millions of music streams before Gen AI existed. It's a yes or no question.
Okay. So yes, you made music before, but were you interested in visual art then? Were you interested in animation? Because that music doesn't count. So here's the thing though. Are you generating music now? Like, how long did it take you to learn music though? Let me ask this. Like, I'm gonna ask you this way before. how did you, like, what did you do to learn music?
I learned music easily in a few months and got placements with solid artists.
Let's see, I learned music easily within a few months. Okay, but how did you learn? Let me ask that. How did you learn
I
how
just
to
opened
make...
FL Studio one day and started having fun.
Okay, cool. And did you look up tutorials? Did you like how did you self-teach yourself exactly? What'd you do in order to do that though? Like, tell me the process, tell me the story. Because you didn't just wake up one day and just like start making like sick beats and like start collaborating with like shitloads of musicians, you know, unless you're a Nepo baby, but you know, you don't own daddy's company or some shit like that, right? I'll even go a bit smaller if I have to. Like, I'll start with something like from the very beginning.
You learn it by just messing around in my case.
Okay. And okay, so you open FL, so one day, right? One day, okay, you're like, man, I'm really interested in music, right? Like, man, I really want to make like music, like I want to make like a song, right? Like what inspired you to make music? Let me
I
start
experimented
with
with the software for a while and learned scales based off only what it sounds like.
Okay. Okay, and then like how did your first song sound? Probably not great, right? You know, probably not the best, right? You know, how, like, compared to your other stuff now.
There's no outside sources. It was alright, a simple but listenable song.
Okay, all right, yeah. And did you, you know, and how did you change to improve your songs
I showed my friend
later?
and he enjoyed it.
Okay, yeah, there you go. All right, now what happened next? What'd you do after that, right? Did you make like, you know, like how did you, like, what was the journey along the way? Like, what'd you do next after you made your first song? You made another one, right? You know, how, like, what'd you learn? What's the second thing that you learned, right? Did you learn anything along the way, like, compared to your first song?
I just hopped on FL Studio when I was bored and experimented. Then my friend started making music too.
Okay, but that's what I'm saying, though. How did you find out about FL Studio, if you don't mind me asking? Like, what inspired you to make music in the first place?
My dad had it on this pre-built computer from a long time ago.
Okay, so it was up there, you had it on your dad's pre-built computer. Okay, so your dad was interested in FL Studio, or your dad had FL Studio on his computer. Okay, that's a good story. So from your childhood, you had... Okay, hold on. Let me pull up a Google Doc. Let's just...
And what inspired me was just because it was fun.
Okay, yeah, but did you, like, you didn't just, like, not listen to anything and be like, wow, man, I'm really just, like, starting to get into music, right? Oh, man, weird. There's this thing where I've heard sounds, right? Like, what's, like, a musician that you liked, right? Like, how did you start with that, right? Because, like, okay, so it's, like, let's say it's, you know, there's young Vanta here, right? And young Vanta once, you know, like...
Well, everyone is into music.
Yes, but that's the problem, though. Like, what got you into being like, man, I really wanted to start making music, right? Like, really, let's start out. Okay, here, like, you know, here's like where you're born, right? All right, cool, boring stuff, right? Okay, now, like, what was the first song you've ever listened to? What was like, or what's like the most notable song you ever listened to? You know, what's something that you're like, wow, man, this was really good. You may not like it now, but when you were a kid, right?
Bjorn.
Okay, so Bjorn. You liked Bjorn, right? And you thought like, and you're like, man, wow, this song from Bjorn is like really good, right? And like you basically are like, man, I really want to, like, you started listening to like music. You probably started, like, what'd you do after you listened to that? Did you listen to like, after you listened to that first song, what did you do after that? Did you go to other songs? Did you like listen to like other music at the time? Like what'd you do with Bjorn? Did you just consistently listen to Bjorn the whole time? And was that like the only thing you listened to, or did you listen to a bunch of other things, you know, that you were interested in? Like what was something you had fun with while listening to it, right? Or not listening to it, but what did you want to listen to?
It was what my father played on the radio.
Okay. So you got inspired from the radio, right? So you heard Bjorn from the radio, and you thought, and did you immediately think like, wow, I really like this music and I want to create that, right? I want to make that. All right. So is that how you started?
No, my father has a USB stick that has the FL Studio program on it.
Okay, yeah, but what inspired you to make music at first? Like, so you listened to Bjorn, right? You didn't listen to nothing.
I randomly put it in my computer and it downloaded. And I started messing with it.
No, hold on. You're going too far. Back up a little bit. Back up. So hold on. Real quick. We didn't go from...
I don't know this is going anywhere.
No. Hold on. It's going somewhere. Okay, hold on. Back up a little bit. So you're going from Bjorn. Like, you listen to Bjorn from the radio, right? And did you immediately think, like, man, I want to create, like, Bjorn music, right? Or I want to create music that sounds like this, right? Or am I starting to sound like I'm on track here a little bit? Like, you really like the music, right?
My music sounds nothing like Bjorn.
Okay. We're not there yet. Hold on. Back up. Let's take some steps back.
I make experimental hardcore gritty music, not Bjorn stuff.
Hold on. Back up. We're not there yet. Hold on. That's nice and all, but we're not there yet. You gotta back up. We gotta start with the beginning of the story, right? You listen to Bjorn from the radio, right? And you liked Bjorn, right? Now, what was on your mind after you listened to Bjorn, right? After you're really into Bjorn. Yeah, we're skipping some essential steps here.
I can't remember. I was very young and he played it on the way to the car drop-off at school.
Okay. But okay. Alright. I
just kind of bopped my head to it, I suppose.
Okay, so you were really into Bjorn, right? You listened to it from the radio, you were really into it, right? Okay, now, is that what inspired you to start making music, right? Like, we know, right now we have, like, where it's, like, on your dad's computer where you saw FL Studio. What happened before then? You know? Like, what did you, cause you didn't, you know, was it just accidental? Did you just see it? Was there anything between like Bjorn, you know, between like you liking Bjorn and, you know, FL Studio? Like, did this just happen one day and you were just like on your dad's computer and then you saw FL Studio?
No, I wasn't inspired to make music. It happened from an accident.
Okay. So you didn't get inspiration from Bjorn. Okay. Okay, so one day you were on FL Studio, right? It was on your dad's, you went on your dad's computer, right? And you ended up like probably messing with a bunch of programs, probably playing some games, but then eventually you found like FL Studio, right? Okay, now, how did you start? Let me say that. How did you start with FL Studio? What did you do first?
I clicked on all the UI and got onto the piano roll, then opened the Citrust VTS plugin and started making a melody with it.
Okay, so you clicked on the UI, right? Let's see. Clicked on...
I messed around with chords until it just sounded not out of key.
Hold on. Clicked on all the UI and got onto the piano. Okay, so you pulled up the piano UI, like the digital piano, right? Okay, right? And then you started clicking like some of the piano keys, right? And let's just learn here, right? So here's what you were probably doing, right? So you started clicking the piano keys and you started hearing the sounds, right? Now, what you most likely did, that's learning notes. So from what you did is you started clicking piano keys, you were learning notes. You were learning. Big key word here, learning. Now, after that, let's see, you said open Sith Trust
Hi, I'm
VTS. Oh, hi, how you doing? Welcome back, Starlights. How is work? How is errands? How's your day in general? Hope it went well for you. Let's see. Okay. Open the Synth Trust VTS plugin. Okay. So there was the VTS plugin already installed, or did you install it yourself? So there was already the VTS plugin. I'm not sure what VTS is, but okay. All right. And then you had to learn the VTS plugin. Okay, there we go. There's solution 1, solution 2, right? Boom. You already learned 2 things here immediately. Okay. Now, not only that...
It was doing okay. How about you?
Doing all right so far. Doing all right. So you had to learn the plugin, or you had to learn the plugin and the notes.
Citrus is a pre-installed VST inside FL Studio.
And then not only that, you had to learn sequencing. You had to learn like how to actually, you had to learn how
and
to
you play the MIDI by pressing the keyboard.
You have to learn sequencing. You had to learn like beats per second, like, you know, like just on your own, like you're learning things here. Like, this is what I'm saying here. You're learning, you learned again. Boom. You learn beats per second, you learn sequencing, you learn music theory, probably, because you had to, like, you know, even if it was on your own, you had to learn music theory, because you can't make music without music theory. Like, you had to, you know, like, you had to learn the MIDI keyboard, you had to learn MIDI keyboard.
Yes, that is implied with any skill or hobby.
Yes, but that's the problem. Like, what learning, like, and this is the thing, though. Hold on, sorry, we're not there yet. Okay, you learn MIDI keyboard, right? Okay, cool. Now, what did you do next? You just kept making, did you keep making music, right? Okay, so we know now that after you learned all these things, you ended up like showing your friend, right? Showing friend what you created. And during that process, you had to, when you learned all this stuff, you had to listen to it multiple times, right? Listen to beats each time. And I know you guys do this because every once in a while, I know you guys usually hit play, add, hit play, add, hit play, add, hit play, add, right? Like, you guys, I know you guys have that weird repeated process because I have a friend that's also a musician that does this as well. You guys hit play, listen to it, like, add a thing, hit play, listen to it, add a thing, hit play, listen to it, add a thing. So then you got repetition. Repetition. You got repetition. You gotta learn some repetition, right? You gotta have patience, right? Another thing that you gotta also have some patience, you know. And then not only that, you also have to take some creative liberty because it won't do it for you. You had to put in the notes by yourself. You know, it's like already a lot more things they have to do, you know. It's like you gain the skills to learn shit, right? And then, okay, then you showed your friend what you created, right? And what did he say about it? Actually, sorry, before even that, how'd you feel about it? Let's say you finish, okay. And then after doing all this, right? Like, you had to, like, put song together. And we'll say it probably, I don't know, did it take you a few hours? Did it take you, like, days?
A blind artist thinks the machine is the artist.
Hold on. Give me a sec, Pepe.
I thought it was fun and a decent beat.
Okay, yeah, exactly. But, okay, cool. And exactly, you got fun out of it, right? You got some dopamine, right? Boom. All right.
It took me about 20 minutes.
Okay, so it took you about 20 minutes. All right, perfect. Took you about 20 minutes and you felt good. And not only that, your friend also said, man, wow, man, I like this. You know, how did that make you feel?
It made me feel happy.
Exactly. Now, perfect. Now, here's the best part about it, too. Despite all this happening as well, he probably also knew you had to take time to do it, right? Effort shows, right? It shows that you put a ton of effort into it, right? A ton of time into it. Like, even, not, like, you put about, like, 20 minutes, right? But, like, that's still a good amount of time. You took time out of your day to make something, right? And then he liked it, right? And he sees the effort in that. That is something, he doesn't just appreciate the song, he appreciated the effort you put into it. Whether he liked it or not, he could see that. It's pretty simple because there's no other way you could have done it. You had to put in effort, you know. And here's the best thing. All of that time, you learned all of these skills from struggling. You learned all of this just from struggling. And not only that, over the years, you got better with it. Like each time, each song, each thing you made, you got better with it by learning and failing. And like you had to take some failure. You had to get some, oops, sorry. You had to learn, you had to get,
I didn't struggle. I previously stated I learned the skill easily.
In what way, though? That's what I'm saying. You had to fail sometimes, though. You don't just learn skills without failing. You had to fail. Just because you're a prodigy, even prodigies fail. You didn't immediately make a song and then become like the biggest hit ever, right? That's just not how that works. And I know that's not how that works because people don't work that way. here's the problem. Even if you picked up these skills easily, sure, don't get me wrong, sure, it was probably natural to you, but at the same time, you learned something. And sure, you were a prodigy, but you had to fail many times before you just became an expert, right? It's easy to do something, but it's hard to master, right? You know.
What would failure be?
What would failure be? When you don't have the right notes in place, right? When you listen to a song and you go, no, I actually need to change some things, right? You can just fully first hit like send on the song and then immediately go like, yeah, actually, you know what? This needs to be changed. This needs to be changed. Well, even making the song while you're hitting play, you're like, no, actually, let me change that note, right? Failed. Okay, try a new one. That failed. Okay, try a new one. That failed. Okay, try a new one, right? You put in a new note, and that note actually works, and then you go to the next one, and the next one, and the next one, and the next one, and then maybe you get a fail there, and be like, okay, that note isn't right. Let me change the note, right? That's a fail. That's failure. That happens. That's a fail, and that's okay. That's what's the point of fail.
That isn't a fail.
That is a fail. If I fuck up on this canvas right here, hold on, let me pull up the canvas. If I fuck up on this
That is just experimenting.
Exactly. Exactly. It's a failure. If you failed. You failed something, you experimented, and you failed. But that's okay. You experiment, you try again, right? If I draw like a line here, I'm like, oh fuck, I just drew a line. Okay, undo, right? And then I draw a line here. Oops, undo. You know,
I am an expert in music and I wouldn't consider that a failure.
Expert in music and I wouldn't consider that a failure. You don't have to consider it a failure. It is a failure. It's not an opinion
Experimenting
thing.
isn't a failure because art is subjective.
Oh my god. Experimenting isn't a failure. Those two are unrelated. Experimenting requires failure. That's why it's called an experiment. You have to fail in order to experiment. That's the part of it. Failure is the experiment.
You already won color.
Like, here's the problem. You bring up, right? Like, failure is an extension of, like, experiment, right? It's not a, it's a different thing. It's an extension of it. Because you have the
Placing
experiment.
notes around until you like it isn't failing. That's just making something better and having fun.
That is called failure. Yes. If you fail to add a note, right? If you put a note
I consider
down,
nothing in music a failure because I made what I truly loved.
okay. If you put a line down, right? Like if I put the
Prodigy,
line
yeah.
down here, right? If I put the line down, right? And then then I have to get rid of it,
Ocean
right?
Media and here we go.
Like if I put a line down and I don't place it in the right place, I have to hit undo, right? If I put the line down and it's not here, right? That's a fail. That's by accident. That's not on purpose.
If
right?
I am having fun, I don't have time to think I am a failure.
That's the problem. Like, it's okay, but that's not the problem. Like, that's a fail either way. It doesn't matter if you don't have time to think about it. It's a fail. If I put a line down and I put it in the wrong place, it's a fail. Whether I like it or not, that's a fail. But I can always fix the fail, right? I can always fix the fail by adding a fail. Like, I could fix the fail by putting it in the right place, right? And then if I don't like that, then I can undo it. And that's the previous one was considered a fail, but then I add a new one, right? Like, that's failure. That's a fail. That's how that works. You don't just do something and get it right the first time. We're not aliens.
If my goal with music production is to have fun, and getting my goal is success, then I can't fail if I don't determine experimenting a failure because it is subjective.
But that's not what I'm talking about.
I can make an out-of-key song and it isn't a failure for me because I had fun making it.
I can make an out-of-key song. It isn't a failure because I had fun making it. And that's fine. Like that's considered a success in that. But then again, there's fails that you have in your music that happen. You change it and then it becomes a success. You fail and you to succeed. You see what I mean? You fail to make something so you can succeed later. Like I don't know how to break this down anymore other than just the simple
There's no
analogy
substance
I
within
put
those
together.
words.
Yeah, I had to put, like, without the analogy I had previously. Maybe it's just my artist brain, but man, dude. It's like you're thinking, it's like by this point, I'm trying. I really am, man.
It is subjective. There is no failure or winning outside of money and fame when in a hobby.
Outside of money and fame. What are you talking about? Hold on. Now you're going elsewhere. Okay, you're getting way off track here, dude. You're getting way off track here, man. Wait.
Well, you are saying I am a failure because my music can be bad? But I don't agree.
I literally did not say that. I said because okay, that's not what I said. If you make a mistake, then that is considered a fail. If you make a mistake, that is a fail, right? If you put like if you put a note down and let's say the note was like a C note, right? Okay, I actually put a C note down, right? And it doesn't really sound that great. So then you change it to a G note. That C note is the failure. That C note is a fail. And then you change it into a successful note, which is the G note, right? That's a success. But you could not get to the success.
I make my art, music for fun. The whole process is fun for me, but you say I am failing if my process isn't what you expect it to be.
That's not what I'm saying at all. Whatever you expect, that's your success, but you had to fail to get to your success. Do you see what I'm saying? If you accidentally place down a C note and say that C note's a failure, right? Like if you accidentally place down that C note and you're like, okay, that doesn't sound right. You have to delete the C note and you have to put down a G note. And like
failure is purely part of the creative process.
Yes, exactly. Thank you. Oh my god. Fuck. I've been, yeah, like, hi Lutero, how you doing? How was work? How was errands? How's your day in general? Hope it went well for you.
It isn't a failure. It can't just not sound right because it's subjective.
It can not sound right because you have ears. You have ears. You heard yourself. Like, you heard that sounds bad, right? You heard that C note doesn't sound right. So it's a fail. And you delete it, and you add a different note that sounds correct. That's failure to success. You have to fail to succeed.
C and G are both in key together. Straw manning at this point.
Oh my
I spent
God.
all night wrestling networking issues for my website. I'm grumpy as FLOL.
I spent all night wrestling networking issues for my website. Oof. Sorry to hear that. Networking issues?
Learn of failures.
Ugh. I'm sorry to hear that happened. Shit, that sounds fucking rough. Yeah, I don't know how many times your website broke, but I'm so sorry that happened to you. Both in key together. C and G are different notes, though. They're completely different notes, though. Like, C minor is different from G. I at least know that.
C and G are in key if played together.
Oh my god. Are in key if played together, but you don't need. What are you talking? Hold on.
You doubt I wouldn't know this?
Oh my god.
Just because C and G are in key doesn't mean they work with the rest of your composition.
Okay, there's a C note. Here's a C note. Let's try a G note. Very different. This one's lower. This one's higher. Well, I might have the volume down a little bit. Let me turn up the volume.
I've done FL Studio for 20 years. I'm not going to claim that I know more than you Vantastep, but I feel like you are not really getting the point and taking this all too personally, lol.
I'm not taking any... Come on, I've done FL Studio for 20 years. I'm not going to claim that I know more than you Vantastep, but I feel like I'm not really getting the point and taking this all personally. Yeah. Well, art is personal. I get that. Art is personal. It's supposed to be personal, but like the problem is it's like that he's saying like he's trying to make it seem like AI isn't or making it seem like
Remember,
AI
if I play
is.
a piano with C and G note together, it's in key, bro, lol.
Oh my god. It's literally different. Alright, sure, let's do a piano. Piano, G note. Alright, let's do piano, C note. Nope, C note, piano. Hold on.
OYGEVALT.
Perfect, there's C. Alright, let's do a G note. Two different. Different. Listen, G. C. Sounds very different to me. So in general, C, if you accidentally place down a C note, it is not the same as a G note, and you failed placing a C note. And then you have to delete that C note to make a G note, and then that G note is better for the song, right? It's like you have to fail, you have to go to the fail in order to succeed. It takes time, effort, energy in order to do all this. A robot cannot do that. If it does it all for you, the robot
Learn of
is
failures.
making the effort. If the robot just makes everything for you, you learn none of this.
Listen to Bullymon.
You have none of this. Listen to Bullymon? I'm not, no. That's not relevant. I don't know who that is, I'm sorry. Oh my god.
Why?
Because it's not relevant. Why would I not listen to... Why? Why am I listening to Bullymon?
Oh man. Good producer.
Good producer. I'll probably do it in the future. Just right now, I'm way past the point I should be streaming right now as well. So, fair warning. Like, I'm way past the point I should be streaming.
Bullymon is the modern day Mozart. Listen to him.
Yeah, but again, why am I listening to Bullymon? That's what I'm wondering. Like, I can't be doing that right now. Maybe next time. I promise, I'll listen to him next time. But for now, I just can't. For now, I'm like, everything, like, we were on a completely different
What do you
topic.
listen to?
Anything. But for now, I can't, like, for now, look, this topic just...
I heard his music last month, he blowing up FRLOL.
Okay, yeah, that's cool. I'm glad. Good for him. Good for him. Dude's making music, and good for him. How
much Adderall did you take?
much Adderall did I take? 0. I'm fucking tired, bro. Wish I took fucking Adderall, honestly. Adderall actually would help me. Can't get prescribed for it though, because, you know, insurance doesn't approve it, so. Because the United States sucks ass, so. Anyway, okay, I'm ending stream, because fucking hell, I'm supposed to be done streaming 2 hours ago. Good night, y'all.